tea. I'll be right back.
Never
I was
mind.
running
Hold the
ahead.
music.
Hold the music.
Recording's
Okay.
going on anyways. Fuck
We'll
you
be
guys.
there back in 5 minutes. Does anybody else want to go get anything?
Let's get.
Yeah,
let's
I was
get.
gonna say,
I'll be right back. Yeah,
everyone,
everybody break,
5 minutes, we
grab a
break.
thing, yeah.
Still recording this shit.
The best shit is the unscripted shit. Ooh, can I have a thingy from last night? Ooh. The sugar water. Oh, Drew's made of titanium. That guy puts himself back together constantly. I just saw him on he was playing something. But
Northhaven or whatever. Northgard.
Yeah, but if he's on his like laptop, it's not a grand time for him.
There. Yeah.
It's a fun game.
Northgard's
pretty awesome.
I forgot I have to like make an entirely new set of windows of my 30,000 windows I have, because randomly you guys will be like, Sean, what is the circumference of the entire ship?
If it helps at all,
I'm back.
I remember hearing from Matt about when they moved to like tablets on Critical Role, and they used his for something. It was like, I think they just had it on the set, and then they used it for like checking something on Tox Machina, and he had all these characters and their sheets open. It's like, you need to close that. Like, yeah, no, it's fine. It's just all these NPCs. Like, yeah. And I want to look at all of them. It's like, no, you can't. So you're not alone.
So you guys, and I'll be truthful in the matter. I have been honest when I said I really do not want to use any WotC materials. If I have to, I will. That for most part, most of the stuff I have been cherry picking is stuff that actually already exists. Some of it's from 3.5, some of it is from 5.e, some of it's from Pathfinder. But I just kind of reskin a bunch of shit. So there are days I'm like, I really, really need some like new character sheets and new stats and things, and I'm like, it's easier if I just pick this out and then just reskin the thing.
If it works.
It works. Like I might be having to use a WotC tonight, but we'll cross that bridge later.
Hey, I'm back.
Welcome back. Okay, we got everybody?
Yeah.
I think Z is still
away.
I thought I saw her mic. Evidently I lied.
Liar!
And I'd like to take a whole second. Knox, your background. These are just even your parents.
Yeah.
Sir. At one point I was like, that's not your name. That's also not your name. This has nothing to do with. I thought you were an artificer. Keep going. I'm really in tune to the story, but I just realized we're not even talking about you. We're still working on your parents, and we're on fucking page 4. And I'm like, this is fine.
You sound stressed already. It's only page 4.
I hope it's good.
No, it's fine. It's just I just was like, oh.
Overwhelmed. That's the problem.
When any character I create, I love creating the backstory. I love being able to create something that now pushes me to be them. So for Nox, or for creating Nox, it's where did he come from? Because then I can quickly reference it, and it gives you so much ammunition, I hope, to do whatever you want with it. Like, I'm sure you have ideas already.
Oh, yeah, no, I've got plenty. It's just, I'm like, oh my god, and then you were telling me, like, oh no, I've got, like, siblings, and I was like, oh no. I have to come up with things in my mind and be prepared for siblings. And there's just like this internal portion of me that's like, I'm just gonna put a cousin of yours on like every planet, and just be like, "Hi, yeah, we know each other. We do. I'm your fourth cousin removed on your sister's side.
The
Oh,
problem is
Problem is
there
there
that
that you're gonna need to have like a really excellent family tree.
I
Well-
know. I need that from him."
Well, here's the good thing is I'm not going much more than what you're seeing there. Like at the very bottom, you're not going to have to deal with cousins, uncle. If you want to toss it in, that's your prerogative. What I'm giving you essentially is things that you can immediately put in that matter for that character. And when I say matter for that character, I mean like imminent storyline.
I hear you.
Yeah.
That's fine.
So yeah, I'm not trying to be like, oh, hey, here's a family tree, here's all this. I'm not that far into doing that sort of stuff. I give you a good basis, and I let the GM, DM nudge whatever they want further.
It's plenty enough as it is, and I appreciate all of it. I just wanted to let you know I was like, oh, okay, that's fine. And then it kept going deeper and deeper, and I was like, oh, I haven't even finished the start.
Oh, really? Okay, yeah, fair enough. Interesting start though, eh?
Now,
Cimmerillion.
Cimmerillion. That's what this is.
You've
You have written him the
Cimmerillion.
Cimmerillion.
I'm not that far yet. It's only 4 pages.
Only.
I like the difference between like you and me. Backstory was, I'm like, I think my guy probably went to an academy. It's like all I got so far.
Well, I'm finding out more and more that I probably have some form of ADHD, and when I heard, hey, we're doing DD in Nox, I hyper-focused. I just had this ideas shooting from my head. Right now, I am having trouble putting pen to paper.
It's like we've had a busy ass week or something.
No, but the inspiration just isn't there at the moment. So I've taken a lull.
Creativity comes in waves.
Oh yeah.
What was the actually?
Sorry?
Oh, actually, yeah. You know what? Let me go ahead and ask. Nox, how do you feel after your conversation with Raquel?
That was awesome.
Oh,
Kaya, Vale, how do you feel about Nox's conversation with Raquel?
I mean, I'm not about to sit there and say he has to do what I want him to do
or anything like
That's
that.
not
That's
at
not
all
at all
what I'm
what I'm
trying
trying
to
to
go
go
for.
for.
I'm
I'm
glad
glad
that
that
she
she
has
has
friends
friends
outside of
outside of
me.
me. I'm
Just
just
also
also
somewhat
somewhat
jealous
jealous
that she's
flirting with somebody that
isn't
isn't me,
but
but she's a bartender. That's how she
gets
gets
tips.
tips.
More ways than one.
All here's I'm like, you got hit.
No, I didn't get hit, thank God, but she definitely sighed hard at that one.
I also sighed. If in case you didn't hear, I am very disappointed.
Oh
I am
no,
very
welcome
disappointed.
to my life.
If
You
you
didn't
didn't
notice
notice
already.
already,
This
this
is what I live
live
with.
with.
Sometimes it's great.
Sometimes I really want to be a
very
very
small
small
adolescent person and
and
slap the living fuck out of him.
Shall we continue?
Yes.
So,
Actually, because I realized something like here, I was thinking about it. Do I still have that sand thing going on when I sleep?
I was actually talking to Kai about that yesterday. Or
Yeah, we were curious if you still had.
Yeah, because I don't know if that was like something that like is still going on with my character or not. Cause I might just I might make that into backstory stuff.
since you've
Sand?
been I'll have to ask him about it later. Since you've been at Sable and since you've been on the ship, you haven't noticed the sand effect.
Okay, so the sand doesn't happen anymore.
The sand did not happen at Sable, and the sand did not happen on your ship.
Weird.
Thanks for the vague answer.
Yes.
The
Yeah.
end.
Fine, I'll go get the Webster dictionary. No.
Shenanigans, dude.
No, because if it happens like if it still happens like regular, like I honestly might like might let that influence like a backstory thing. Honestly.
It definitely was happening. I didn't take that away.
Oh, okay. I was just curious.
All right, players. So welcome back. We are still on the. I don't remember which day we're on. Let me go ahead and see real quick. Checking the session material. We were on day 320. I think we're on 324 of the year, 530. You guys had just gotten an alarming message from Captain Amira just telling you, hey, there's something going on. I just spotted ships, and they are enclosing on us very quickly. Everyone had abandoned their spot in the Nautiloid after the death of the Alhoon and made a great run for the ship. By the time you guys are arriving, in the distance, you see two ships starting to pull in. They are about a minute out from you guys. They are there more for reference, but you guys have about a good one turn before they actually get within range of you guys. And you were discussing what you were going to do. I am now going to shift the music on over to prepare to battle, or preparation music. What are you guys doing?
If I recall, Nox was running onto the ship once everyone was on and yelling, "Gun it, go, go, go." We are not ready for a fight.
We are very much not ready for a fight.
Hunziker Vale, how do you feel?
Actually, quick. I guess one question is, how long has Amira been on the helm? Because you said like you can only be on it for 8 hours.
So, you guys took a long rest. So all of you are basically up to rest now.
Okay, but she's okay to be on it for a while, or does she need to switch out?
She could fly if you wanted her.
I'm just wondering, because like yeah, if she needs to switch over, then I could run that and do that. But if not, then we're okay.
She was prepared to go if something had happened on the Nautiloid. And with the cycle of you, with Nox and with her, and anyone else who would have volunteered, you guys would be rested up. So she is prepared to gun it if you're ready.
Let's get out of here.
Might as well.
I'm sorry, Z, I apologize, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Seems sensible.
So Amira will go ahead and you'll feel the ship begin to pull away. You guys had released the cord from your ship, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was the first thing we did upon getting back, I think.
Actually, I believe that was Heinziger that he unhooked it and walked on board.
You'll go ahead and start to pull away from the ship. I won't move it right now, but just to theater of the mind. As she goes ahead and directly turns it away and points more towards the asteroid field and immediately starts to pull through. You watch as the two ships still continue to chase you, at least starting to go in. What do you guys do over the course of like the first 10 minutes? They're not catching up to you. They're moving about the same speed as you see these two winged wolf-style ships chasing behind you.
Keep your eyes out, everyone. They might be conducting some sort of maneuver.
How long would it take to put the mangonel, like install that? And do we have space to install that separately from the ballista?
So there was kind of back and forth information I could find on kind of putting the mangonel together, because it doesn't. I couldn't find where it said how many weapons you could install on a ship. Rather, so the ship starts with, say, a catapult or a ballista. So I don't see anything that says you couldn't do it.
You're just running out of deck space, and then you need to carry ammo for them.
And you have to walk around, and it's more targets.
Because how long did it take Clank to take it apart, or was it Compression that did it? No, it was Clank. How long did it take him to take it apart? Is it something that can be put together while we're running, basically?
He could do it. It's he could use assistance if you decide to help him.
Yeah, I'll
fuck
like
yeah.
if it's something that is possible, I would assist.
If I'm not needed elsewhere, I will also try and assist, although I am not especially skilled in any of this.
If there's anyone that would want to, they could jump on the ballista too.
Yeah. Wherever
I'm not
hands are
sure.
needed.
I
since
put the
we are-
ballista information in the chat, but your ballista has a farthest hit range as a light ballista of 480 feet, given every single one of these blocks is 10 feet.
So 40
So you
blocks,
you could long shot these, but you're probably going to have pretty bad disadvantage.
And we have no idea how much ammunition we have.
You have 9 shots with this ballista.
Great.
Was the conclusion from the last conversation. So you want to help him install the... So first of all, Naya, are you going over to the ballista?
Okay. Is anyone else going over? Who's going to the ballista? Who's going to help with the bolting down? How many hands would be helpful with the bolting down of the mangonel, first of all? Because I can't imagine this is a infinite space kind of thing.
So it says, well, just for the record, for a ballista, it takes 3 people to essentially cycle this thing to fire. It takes 1 to load, 1 to aim, and 1 to fire. So if 3 people are working, you could fire this thing every round. With a mangonel, it says a mangonel is a type of catapult that hurls heavy projectiles in a long arc. The payload can hit. I will tell you, you guys did not pick up the
Yeah, I was
ammo.
gonna say we have ammo
You picked
for
up
it.
the mangonel, but you didn't pick up the ammo.
What?
Like,
We
well, probably would have. Like, I think like would have wanted to, but I guess I didn't. I figured Clank would grab that.
It is
Technically
big, don't
didn't
forget.
specify that we were getting the ammo. He just got the mangonel.
Yeah, he is a robot. Yeah.
Actually, Clank is a bit more autonomous. But no, first off, we didn't ask about it. We don't even know if there was ammunition on the ship. Secondly, he may not have had enough time to grab more than a boulder or 2, if so. Remember, this is a mangonel. This is an anti-ship weapon. These are large rounds.
Is there a like excess chain on the ship?
Chain, you definitely have rope. It's gonna take. I would say it would take an investigation check to go ahead and find a chain on the ship.
All right, I'm going to do that. Hang on, let me just. Okay, is my character anywhere in existence?
I meant to also say, I know Gary does it. You guys don't have to roll and roll 20. If you want to do your rolls however you want, as long as you're being honest with me, we play on that kind of system. I don't hate you because I know roll 20 killed my most recent character I had over the weekend, and he survived literally 1 battle.
To
Yeah.
be fair, I just don't have dice. I wish I did because Morgan actually likes playing with them, and it's very funny.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
If I may say in character,
Please.
we're running at the same speed as they are. So as long as we keep at this pace, we will... They'll never catch us. They'll probably choose to let us go. Keep your eyes open.
A 12, you do find that as Rovan has run downstairs to start kind of like bracing things down and making sure everything is not going to immediately fall to the side when you guys spin for some reason, just saying. You are successful in finding some chain. It's about roughly 50 feet. It's kind of heavy.
How heavy is it? How thick is it?
It's chained.
That there are several. I'm
You
going
may
to-
need some help to pull it.
All right, cool. Can I get some help from? Okay, was Clank or was Compression? It was Compression who was the one that was Nox's construct, correct?
Yeah, Compression is my buddy.
Okay. I'm going to ask him to help me cut the chain into about 5-10 foot lengths and then double it over. So it's sort of an X made of 2 5-foot lengths of chain with kind of a loop at the bottom.
Do we have anything to cut that?
I'm
Probably
going to
just
assume.
pull apart things.
Honestly, I thought Compression would be like equipped with bolt cutters.
I've got it, brother.
I'm
Compression
sure
only
one
has
of
a
us
strength
with
of
magic
12.
will be able to do it, you know. So I'm sure we can figure that out.
So I'm going to basically be preparing chain rounds for the mangonel. It should probably be longer lengths of chain, but I mean, 10 feet is probably reasonable. Like, these are not enormous vessels. This would probably do a significant chunk of damage if you, like, wonked them yeah.
Are you planning to throw this over, or are you planning to load this into the mangonel?
Load them into the mangonel.
Chain
Oh.
shot. That is ingenious and evil.
So who's going to work on cutting up this chain?
Compression. Assist the lady. Isaac, you and I will work on installing this mangonel with Clank.
Yeah, and I have 2 questions besides that for you, Sean.
Right.
So one, this thing I have called Spelljammer, which is someone like updated a bunch of Spelljammer stuff to 5e.
Okay.
Says the dragonfly. We have a catapult, right?
We do. We have a ballista.
Ballista, okay. Because their one comes with like 1 weapon, and then it says like it has like slots for like 1 more small weapon. Do you think that'd be fine with the like? So I guess that'd probably take up other weapon slot, but it looks like dragonfly can have like 1 other weapon.
Yes.
Based on this conversion,
like I said,
I'm just
oh no, you're fine. Like I said, I was having 5e did not give me a lot to work with in terms of slots. It just said you either start with a catapult or a ballista. So what I'm using is essentially these are going to be the size of the ballista is about the size of your weapon. You could probably put 2 more, but you're going to be running around these things and they're going to be blocking paths. So you could. I'm going to roll with yes. You could put another one down.
Okay, yeah, but check out I think I might probably link you Spelljammer at one point. Check out Spelljammer. They did 5e conversions of a lot of the ships.
Oh, that sounds really good.
Second thing, so these guys are chasing us. Can I do like a history check to kind of get like maybe I remember their tactics? Because would there only be 2, or are there maybe more trying to like head us off or anything?
You can.
Might as well.
Plan.
With my background, could I do something similar? And
Ooh,
would I
nat
have
20.
Would I have advantage or
Nice.
disadvantage?
You would probably have advantage given your family history.
Gotcha.
Not 20, so that'll be 26 total.
Ooh, not 20.
Jesus Christ. This man knows things.
And what, that's
So-
history?
It means I've probably tangled with these guys before.
Academy you were at.
Character information.
So 23 for me.
So both of you guys, and I had put this kind of into the lore section, know that these are the Ravagers. As I had written, if you were to spit into wild space, you basically have a 40% chance of hitting these vessels because there's so many Ravagers out there. They're one of the big and broodier of the space pirates, mostly hitting small convoys and looking for salvaging ships, which you guys look very attractive of right now, given that you're right up against the ship. They are also well known to create large boat cities where they interlink all their vessels together, essentially to act as one large unit. You know that both coalition and natural born forces have worked together to try to put punishments to these pirates very swiftly, but for every Ravager you take down to usually take their place. They're not above selling slaves or selling drugs. They're also huge mulers, but they're mostly going after small prey like you guys. You would know that they basically will take whatever they can get. The 2 ships that you guys actually see are Spelljammer, of course, Spelljammers, are called Night Wolves. These are very
Have you heard of
archaic
Squeak?
old ships, usually used by a tribe before known as the
Have you heard of
Vadani.
Squeak?
They were previously a long forgotten race of humanoid
right.
people that had lived in a separate crystal sphere. So you don't often see these ships, but you know that they're mostly for scouting. They're usually accompanied by several other larger style ships. Especially you, Hunziker, with your 20, you'd know that they're usually carrying something for a specialized ammunition for a particular weapon called a hunter killer.
Okay, so and I guess so on that case, that also means there's probably a good chance there are other ships nearby.
There very well could be based on what you know and what you have seen. You guys have actually ended several times in the past coming upon the wreckage of old ships that may have been torn apart by these different ships.
Would my role be high enough, like tactics-wise, would the other ships be behind the scout ships, or do they do pack tactics where they try to head you off or surprise you ahead?
So based on what you're watching right now, they were hoping to go ahead and catch up to you guys, but because you're moving at the same speed as them, it's not working in their favor. Given dragonflies and damselflies, and a couple more ships are usually the faster of the vessels out there. They probably kind of overshot their load here, trying to hope to get a hold of you while they could ambush you now. But given that you're pulling away, it's been nearly 10 minutes. You're very much ahead of whatever was behind.
Okay.
Nice. Very nice.
Question:
Are they going for us
or are they going for the Nautiloid?
They've been chasing us for the last couple of minutes.
They've been chasing you for about 10 minutes. The Nautiloid is actually starting to fall out of distance. And as you guys are pulling farther and farther away, you start to notice that one of the ships actually pulls off.
We will not be your prey today, you bastard.
Might as well keep going. There might be some larger ships around, though.
We will at least see them, but yes, let's continue on our path towards Amara's intended destination.
You guys were originally heading towards Omiya 6, and as you're pulling now roughly 20 minutes, it's still the one Nightwolf is following behind you. You, in the very distance, can start to see a clearing from the asteroid field. And with a clearing will be an opportunity to finally hit light speed if you wish.
Okay.
When in doubt, get the fuck out.
Sounds like a good plan.
Okay.
And no reason to stop. We want to go there, and we're not burning candles at both ends, so let's just keep going.
As you guys finally start to hit the very end of the asteroid field, you'll start to see the final Nightwolf start to pull back and pull away from you, almost kind of at an almost abrupt stop, and then kind of dip back and then fly into the opposite direction from which you were coming.
I kind of
You
want to
guys
sneak up behind him and
now
put a
finally
ram
been
in his
free.
ass.
Please. It would.
I will also go ahead and say that after this long period of time, Clank would have finally got. I realize now that I don't know if I moved. No, I did move the thing. Clank would have finished with y'all's help getting the Nautiloid, the Mangonel up and running.
Yay! Good job, everybody.
So yeah, you have both a Mangalo. There's so many words. So many I have to remember. Mangonel and a ballista up and running on your ship. Kinda.
What's even better is we were just fighting a bunch of fungaloids, too.
Don't mess with my brain here.
Might
Are you guys going to go ahead and jump in for Omiya?
Might as well.
Yeah.
Unless we see
Yeah.
anything interesting on the way, might as well continue on our path.
Okay. You guys finally go ahead and exit outside, back out to the opens of wild space, and you find yourselves free to go ahead and progress out into Omiya 6. You don't observe any incoming ships from your directions.
I think before we actually land or anything, I'd probably go and use my telepathy and fill Amira in on the Alhoon and all that. And I'll Amira, should we do you want us to should we speak with a Veil before we land in a civilized place about this amulet?
You showed her the images, right?
I'll just kind of fill her in, telepathy, just kind of of what of what happened.
She kind of gives you a face, like a shiver up her spine at the thought of like an undead creature, but she'll be like, "Ugh, ugh." I think it's best if we talk things over. Yes, and you guys will find a decent asteroid to go ahead and kind of link yourselves up to, so you're not openly flying. It just a solo one, not like a whole fucking field again. But you guys will go ahead and park over, and she'll call a meeting.
Yeah, because after like she like starts going over the asteroid, then I'll like go to like Nox and say like maybe before we land someplace civilized, maybe we should speak to Vale about the Alhoon and that amulet. I'm not sure how safe that is.
I agree. We do have a few things we need to cover over that.
And I'll go and speak with Naya again, or as well. Like Naya, I think we're gonna have we're just gonna have a discussion with all of us and just kind of clear the air. That
It's like a good plan to debrief after all of that. Yes.
yeah, that amulet, I'm a bit uncomfortable with it. I'm not sure how safe it is. Before we land someplace civilized. Pardon?
All due respect, I can
hear you.
I would have done this message. I think I'm gonna do like
fair
all of
enough.
this with message.
Bill's just steering at the thing best she can. We'll also try and like she's looking at it, but not closely. And like kind of like almost wants to hold it at arm's length, but also doesn't want to risk dropping it. Like you can see no matter what exactly she's doing, it does not look like she's overly comfortable with it.
Yeah, and after I go and talk to everyone else, like I come in like wherever you are, like staring at this thing, I'll come in and be like, Vale, I think we're gonna.
No, let's talk.
Well, we saw a lot of stuff there, so I think we're gonna debrief and we'll all meet up and chat before we touch down someplace civilized.
Very well. Let's go.
Oh, you
As
gotta
we
be
need to
kidding.
be going.
I think Amira's gonna hook up to a like weigh anchor on a asteroid or something.
You find a sizable asteroid that she's able to kind of get you guys to sit on top of without too much. Unfortunately, without sufficient gravity, things will float. Funny enough, according to 5e rules, people sleeping count as unconscious, and if you're unconscious, you just float off the ship.
Ah!
I'm not keeping that rule. I prefer this gravity means down. So I think it would be best if we all just agreed you guys will stick to this asteroid, because otherwise people are going to have to start chaining themselves to the beds.
Yeah, and everyone's like technically walking around with like air bubbles around their heads still because it lasts 24 hours.
I just assumed that it was like a space capsule and everyone sort of had little straps on their beds and whatever to hold themselves down so as to not go drifting out and away.
Oh, that's so funny. I like that.
That must be the way, because it does not. I cannot find anything in the rules that say how you guys are supposed to sleep when technically a sleep is unconscious, and unconscious people will just drift off at. I think it said like 10 feet per, not 10 feet per round, but something like close to that. And I was like, man, there's some shit if people start hitting with sleep spells all at once.
It's like sleeping on air.
And then everyone just floats off into the distance until you slowly die.
Good night, sweet prince.
So let's all just agree, gravity means down.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
So
what kind of like meeting place? Where would everyone want to meet on this ship? I guess like where we want to.
Please bear with me a few seconds. I gotta quickly make a call because my food is delivering to the wrong location.
Yeah, go fix that.
Yeah, this is the. I paid off my credit card, so it's like I can work with I can buy a supper tonight, and then it's like payment is declined, not working.
That section one hasn't gone through yet, and like it just like screws you over.
You guys actually see a passing food ship come through. It looks like a little food cart style ship, and it does offer you some nice noodles, which Vale has offered to go ahead and pay on credit.
No, Vale has not offered because obviously this is not working. Not that she wouldn't if she could, but
That's alright.
I love
kinda
space
sad.
yakisoba.
Space udon, nice.
Is this the location just off of Country Hills and 112?
Oh great, our food might actually be going to the wrong place with the wrong idea.
Space Jamiyaki? I'm trying to think of like some pun to make with teriyaki. I'm not coming up with anything.
Space Jammeraki.
I understood that reference. It's terrible.
Space unagi would be like, that'd be some big
Ew.
steaks.
Ooh.
I like unagi. What's wrong with unagi?
It's a little bit too fishy for me.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I like unagi. I find it less fishy than like tuna and stuff.
Tuna
I
I
also
actually
like
don't
unagi.
mind. Butterfish is really good though.
No, that's
If you
fair.
can get it.
I don't know if I've had that honestly.
It's really, really good.
Yeah, I don't think I've had that. I can't think of having butterfish.
Butterfish is really nice. Mackerel is too fishy for me.
No, that's fair. I can get that with mackerel. Yeah.
Yeah. I like tuna because it's more tasty for me than salmon. Surf clam
Really?
is really, really nice.
I've always been a fan of like salmon, like snapper. I kind of like that type of fish.
Snapper is tasty too. Like snapper.
So we're just all just sitting on the deck of the ship eating like space ramen. Yeah.
Sure.
Space ramen with some very delicious fish that you guys have caught so far.
Space okonomiyaki.
Yay, that sounds like happy sounds.
I'm hoping to figure it out. That kind of sucks when they deliver to the wrong place.
Well, usually they just deliver it upstairs. So where was our
It's going to my dad's place.
helpful? Did they determine that they were supposed to deliver it to our place? Oh bother. So Skip still has our old address. And I'm uncertain at this point if Skip has decided that we live at a different house yet.
What a mess.
You have no idea. You should probably bring the dog in before anybody shows up with food. That might be important for us.
Yeah, considering how she is around food.
Yes.
Silly pup.
Sorry, we didn't intend on having, the world fall apart and apparently our address be misconstrued by Skip the Dishes.
It do be the way that it is. Skip the Dishes is kind of stupid. Like, they're just not good at their job anyway, in some ways. Don't worry too much about it.
Last year. Otherwise, it's always
The universe wanted to spell jam the dishes.
Okay, I am back. I am so sorry.
Please, can we do that?
How does one spell jam the dish? Wait, what?
It's complicated.
It's just in your universe to skip the dishes. You gotta use a spell jammer, right? So spell jam the dishes.
Oh, I see. I see what you're talking about.
Technically, if the dishes are big enough, you could spell jam a dish.
So we need like several
buffet style dishes, and we'll be fine.
This just sounds like that old commercial, that dumb commercial now. Like you wouldn't spell jam a dish. You wouldn't download a car. No,
I would spell jam a dish.
I also would spell jam a dish, but like this is just the sounds. Don't ask me why my brain went there. I don't know. I would tell you, but I just don't know.
It makes sense to me.
Are you okay, friend?
Which one?
Z. but you as well.
Well, Alright, she can answer first.
Define okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm up and not crying. Does that work?
Yes, this is good.
Apparently that's how the Swedes say I'm alive, but
let's go with that.
debatable.
Been a rough week.
Alive, but at what cost?
like that.
Yeah.
That's what it cost. So much problems.
Anyway.
Little me now.
No,
You could have
killed me earlier in the week. It would have hurt less.
Anyway,
Anyway, where were we? Other than
all
of
of
everybody ganging up on me because I think I'm gonna go evil or something.
Ah,
Eh?
that.
Huh?
Oh.
Alright, so
instead of all of us making
weird
weird sounds,
Are we having our meeting then?
Yep, I'm ready for the meeting.
You guys can either do this on the deck or down in the meeting room or in the bunk beds. You guys choose where you're going.
We will have it on the deck. I will have my rifle aimed at her chest in case she suddenly turns evil.
I don't think we need you like pull out your rifle. I don't think we need that. Really?
Two,
This seems
already committed.
I pull up my rifle to start cleaning it.
Oh, all right then.
I'd make a comment about this, but I think you just giggle, so I'm going to not.
Polishing the... Anyways.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
sure
I'm
you're
sure you're
policing
policing
that.
that.
Mhm.
something,
Alright.
something, mods, something, 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 something.
What
What would you like to know?
Well, Vale, I'll be. Where I stand on things is that I just honestly well, I just don't. I cannot trust like lich type creature. I find them. They make me uncomfortable. Them. I do not believe that they mean well for us, and I'm not. I don't know. That amulet kind of makes me uncomfortable. I'm worried that's gonna like maybe spread that Alhoon's consciousness, and that makes me a bit uncomfortable.
And I completely understand that. Is there a way potentially that you might be able to trap it, hold it, anything?
I don't know.
I don't want to say that I'm comfortable with this either, but at the end of the day, something. And I mean, I'm not even annoyed at you lot for the fact that you killed him, because that was honestly what I was going to offer him anyway. Did he want to die by my hand, or did he want to let you lot after him? So it's not as if any of us did anything wrong, but the fact that he started to speak was disconcerting.
Well, it seems like he contacted you, Vale, and Nox. Did he contact you as well?
I think
Yes, he
he
did.
contacted me simply because of the fact I was there. I don't think it was anything particularly special.
Well, what did he contact you two with? Like, he didn't reach out to me at all.
What did he say to you, Nox?
He just asked me to come closer.
Lovely. He gave me a message.
What's the... Oh.
I can't remember. Let me go look.
It said,
As much as I believe that this isn't something I really want to work with. My accent's slipping today, sorry.
It do be the way that it is. That's why...
Something, he gave us a warning. And honestly, I don't like this. I want to say that again. I don't appreciate any of them. Lich is not a good thing either. This isn't something I wanted to have happen, but I'm not in the interest. I'm not thinking about my words before I talk, apparently. Nothing is going to give you, nothing hurt that badly is going to give you a warning. Unless it expects that it's going to be ignored. Why would you waste your breath? Why wouldn't you just die quietly or scream something ridiculous? This one wasn't screaming. This one almost seemed as though he wanted to be understood. And honestly, yes, he was going to die. He was on his way, whether or not we did it or we left him.
But did he really die? Because the thing about like lich creatures that, as far as I know, is they live for so long. They become very good at manipulation.
Well, absolutely. But was it a lich though? My understanding was it was just an Alhoon, a magic user, not necessarily a lich. GM, clarification on that?
I remember Sean saying lich type creatures. So
Alhoons are technically the lichdom of the illithid. So while a lich is that of a humanoid, a Alhoon is their version of for an illithid.
If I recall, we actually rolled high enough to know that it does have a phylactery of sorts.
which is that amulet?
Yeah, which is our concern.
Here's the thing. Is there any way that we could potentially... I'm not fond of this, but I kept his skull, and I believe that a cleric of any decency can potentially communicate with dead. Maybe
But I don't know if he's really. If he's like a lich, then his being might be in that amulet there, like a phylactery.
If that's the truth. So I moved the skull over because I brought it with me. Oh, okay, sorry. I thought you were just making it like an object.
No, I have that on my person.
Nope, I was just making it bigger.
Okay. Let me put it this way. As far as I know, clerics, if they're able to speak to the dead and the skull doesn't react, then we know he's in his amulet, in which case the only way I'd want to speak to him is potentially with lots of people warding me and warding it. And who knows if I'd be the right person to talk to it.
Sensible.
He warned me about Lumos itself being in danger. And honestly, at that point, that caught my attention. For all I know, it was the dying bullshit of a dead creature waiting to die. But if that's the case, why not scream against the void? Why not beg for your life? Why deliver a warning? Call me naive, but just something feels wrong about that.
Can we say like you tell us like because that's the Kennebax will awaken, darkness will consume, nothing will survive, Lumos must be warned, the key Boreal's heart?
Yeah.
Okay. Can we say like you've like remember that word for word so we have all that info?
Yeah. And I mean before we finished last time, I kind of spat that out. Of the idea that we had time to speak before we were going to get attacked by random unknown creatures.
Yeah, I think that info did get out.
Yes.
See, I guess I just worry that that like something that, well, the things that they do to that a lich type creature does to live forever. It's just they learn to play a different game than mortals. You know, like he's gonna. Like they think on levels of centuries rather than levels of like minutes. So it worries me that maybe this Alhoon is trying to take us as like some sort of pawn in like a game of like some sort of 4D chess.
No, it is worth. For me, warnings as such should always at least be investigated to some extent. Anyone could come up with bullshit, but will be on us if we don't follow through. Now, whether he's lying or not, that's something else. We don't have to act on anything, and hopefully the repercussions do not fall on us for even investigating such things.
I agree. There's enough figures in the warning that we can like look into and research, and I just don't think we should believe this creature by face value.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. I don't.
My current concern is, how do Alhoons come revived from their phylactery? Do they just appear once they have spent some time in stasis regeneration? How long does it take?
No, that's the thing. I can't remember if we rolled high enough to know how they come back.
I would say that you would know from your Arcana check earlier that a new body is capable of being formed after approximately a little over a week.
Around that amulet?
Give or take. Through the possession and existence of that amulet.
Now will we know if his body is formed, or does he possess something?
It just says that a new body may regenerate.
Okay, that sounds like.
Now, either way, I'm not sure if I really agree with us letting this thing come back no matter what it is, and what its intentions were.
What if it has more information for us?
Then that would be my suggestion about where we ask the skull, and if the skull can't answer anything because it's not there to answer, then we know that it's in the phylactery, and then that's a different brand of magic at a whole cost, isn't it?
Well, I guess the question becomes, can we, with the information that he gave us, do we have enough to be able to to look into it on our own, or do
Well,
we need this Alhoon?
Here's my thought, if I may. Let's say you've been pinned under there for ages. You know very well how much the world hates you and your kind. And you know that there's a better chance than anything of one of those species stumbling upon you. And you have this urgent message to get out. And you've been considering the words for hours, days, to try and get someone curious enough. Now, is it a ploy for them to be brought back without being thrown into the depths of space, or is it a moment for them to go, hopefully they'll listen, and when I come back I'll be able to give them more information?
Now let me pause it. Like, if we go on that idea of they've been there for a while, like what if they formulated this warning to really use us as pawns to get us closer to whatever goal the Alhoon had?
Exactly.
I want to apologize. I fucked up.
Eh?
Let me revise my statement before. Unlike with True Lichdom, the periap of mind trapping does not restore the Alhoon to undeath if they are destroyed. Instead, a destroyed Alhoon's mind is transferred to the periap, where it will remain in communication with any other trapped Alhoon minds, as well as the souls that have been put into it.
Oh, so he's lost in there.
Yes. So let me take back. I apologize. Unless someone was suspenseful enough to be like, okay, we'll see him next week. Yes, he's technically in there.
And he ain't coming
But
out.
I'm gonna say, like, I don't know if if he's like trapped in there, then he probably could still take over another body, I believe. Like, there's no way that a lich would not have a contingency plan.
Maybe
Maybe that was his contingency plan, and it just he didn't have a chance to create a body. I mean, don't they need to transfer themselves to another body before they can do anything?
What if it's chosen you? I don't want to see you get taken over from this
absolutely-
thing.
I would absolutely. Well, I appreciate where you're coming with that. I think for an illithid who has a problem with people who walk, I would be a terrible option.
Well, they just have to cast polymorph on you, and then all of a sudden it's got its old body back.
I don't know if it
Really?
has that ability.
The magical lengths they go to.
True. I honestly am. I don't know.
Amira will kind of sit up against the railing and be like, I've heard of rituals that have happened on Pyrus Etern towards necromancy before, but I wouldn't even know where to go or what to do, and or even if that would be anything of a plan if you're interested. But I don't know. Nia, how do you feel?
Well, trying to think about what she would. I don't know how much she would know about illithids, if anything at all. So this is all new to her. I'm not sure about how much she'd know about liches either. These are probably mostly stories to her. She's entirely out of her depths. This is like, oh, suddenly I'm in the middle of space fairy tale. Great.
Star Wars. You always saw it when you were a kid.
Backwater didn't have these kind of events.
No, these shenanigans are entirely beyond her. But she's like, I don't know, honestly. This is a bit above my pay grade. I'm just here to, she runs her fingers across the strings and winces a little because one of them's still a little off, adjusts one of the frets. It was a creature, it was dying, and now it's apparently she gestures at the amulet in there somewhere. Can we talk to it?
Question is, I think, do we want to? That might be a wee bit.
Oh.
Well,
Outside of our pay
grade, as you so nicely put it.
I still worry that it'll try to just force its own consciousness on anyone who does try to communicate with it.
Maybe we should do a little bit of research. Maybe ask a few guilds that are far more knowledgeable than us.
Perhaps while we're doing so, we can potentially. Sorry, go ahead, Nia.
No. That's carry on. I had nothing interesting to say. I was sort of agreeing there.
Something I was wondering if I could do, Sean. Could I do like history checks on the names in here? Like do like one for Kennebax, one for Lumos, one for Boreal? Because I can't remember if like I remember we learned. I think we heard something about Lumos at the end of the prequel there, but I cannot remember if we learned anything about it or just the name itself.
You're not familiar enough,
But the guy's currently on the move.
and I will save the role. You're not familiar enough with the names. Maybe Boreal. You've heard people have talked about legends before, but to be honest, none of the Kennebax and Lumos are not really anything familiar that you pick up on. And like I said, Boreal may be just more of a folklore, if anything.
Could I do a roll just to know what the folklore is?
Sure.
Anyone feel like giving me the help action so I get advantage?
Oh, fuck yeah. Is it history?
Yeah. Oh, let's power game it, right? Why not?
And that's not to shut you down by all means, Hunziker, on rolling for the other two. By all means, I'll just say they're not something that comes up.
33.
Oh no, totally get it. Totally get it. Like, cause I figured like if anything I might be like slightly familiar with them, but like I figured we'd have to like go to like some sort of big library or something like that. So that might be where my brain goes next. I did get a nat 20 again.
Oh, I got a dirty
I'm gonna keep
20.
rolling that die. I like that die today.
Fuck you
so
guys.
that's a 26 on Boreal. History.
And your times that you guys have kind of gone around, and something you've actually definitely heard before, Hunziker, listening to the stories around the campfire at your old places, you've heard of a monster that once terrorized. It was almost called the Lake Leviathan because it was known to terrorize locals somewhere out within the stars. It was also believed to be something that brought significant bad luck, as it had blackened the sky when it first appeared. And you believe that there had been some inklings, some conspiracy theories that there were people that knew about Boreal, that Boreal may have not been just so much of a cryptid, but may have actually been something. It's about the same equivalent as like the Bigfoot videos. But
Is it
overall,
like kind of on the same level as like that turtle? Like the giant turtle?
yeah.
Okay.
That people knew things exist, but they have never come into immediate contact with things.
Is it considered a god or just a creature?
It was considered a threat.
Oh, okay.
Parents would often talk about Boreal in the fact that if kids did not, do their chores correctly, that he would come and consume and devour their sky, and they would never be able to see their son again.
Wow, that's harsh.
Son, S-U-N, not S-O-N.
I just like imagine like a children's like nursery rhyme, like, come and eat the stars, gonna eat your heart, Boreal's gonna get ya.
And that is now lore. Go on.
1 second.
Ooh, kind of food. Maybe.
Ooh.
Or we're gonna need to go for a drive.
I'll like fill people in on like what I know about Boreal.
Okay, sorry. It just says on Skip Station, Mohammed is.
Go ahead.
You're the one picking up my food?
But yeah, Boreal's name. Are we still looking for the driver? Oh, Boreal's name by himself is about as synonymous as Bigfoot. there are inklings that there is something out there, but it's more funny to discuss than anything else. Maybe old wives' tales.
And so out of curiosity, Sean, like since you like kind of like planned out like your star system, like is there like a large magic academy or anything like that anywhere, or like a place where maybe like you would study magic?
You guys had definitely heard of, and in your first time over at Sable, the unearthing of the Great Library over on Borth Noon, the dwarven planet that rotates, I think, fourth from the sun. I can actually display that real quick.
Lord.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from the planet. Just off of Stuvov Waste and Astrogard. But you've heard of that place. There may be some more information that might be in the archives located on Abora in the capital cities. But those are, I think, would be your two closest to.
Okay.
Other than maybe your rogue little old man walking down the street talking about it. Saying that Boreal's going to come on out and try to sell you ice cream before he takes your left kidney.
Okay, so I'd probably like suggest like that that library as like if we want to research this stuff, maybe head that way. But before that, I think honestly, I would like it if we maybe destroyed this amulet. I'll be completely honest.
Yeah, but if we destroy the amulet, we can't get any more information.
Out of it.
But no knowledge is lost forever. We'll find it.
The guy is fully, you know.
Speak up.
Sorry. The guy is. I'm trying to think how to word this. Does it feel like it's putting out magic, or is it just sort of there?
Well, no, it's I think the person at the restaurant put the.
Does it seem like it's an active thing where the guy could, start grabbing at us, or is it a passive thing where we could just,
Are you doing like detect magic?
I'm not sure how to do this. I don't have detect magic, so I can't do that.
It looks magical. You could look down at towards its lens and can.
Does it feel like it's looking back at me?
Can I? Because I have a wand of detect magic. Could I use my wand of detect magic to kind of give hints to Naya to help her with give her the help action with whatever role she needs to do for this or whatever?
I think we'd need the spell Identify to actually get more information out of this.
Doesn't somebody have Identify?
I think Nox used to. I don't know if we have it anymore because I think that's a 3rd level spell and we don't have 3rd level yet.
I would say you would need an insight check. And don't bite me for that one, because
I'm not feeling like biting. That's perfectly reasonable. I like that.
Would my detect magic would I be able to power game that and give her advantage?
Yes.
Okay, I'll be there in a minute. Sorry, I'm just flipping through to find my insight.
All right, guys. While you guys are sorting that out, try not to go too far ahead of us. Apparently, we need to make a very short trip over to my potential father-in-law's place to go and get our food.
Congratulations.
The fucking restaurant marked the wrong ticket for the person to call me. So I got a call from a person. It's like, yeah, are you in? This is a delivery for Citadel, right? I'm like, no, it should be in Arbor Lake. But it's
and those that's a pretty big difference too. Citadel to Arbor Lake, that sucks.
Well, it's close, but
in our city?
Well, no, he used to live in.
I grew up around Calgary, so.
Oh.
So I'm like,
realize that.
So I'm like, no, it's actually supposed to be Arbor Lake. Well, what's the name on the receipt? And the person's like, oh, some sort of Christian. I'm like, no,
that's not us.
It's like, oh, is this not your order? I'm like, no, that's not. My name is Nicholas. It's like, oh. I'm like, all right. And I'm looking right now as it's 1 minute away from my father's place, and it's like, great. So,
Well, you know what? That's fine because I need to get things set up. So why don't we're already like maybe an hour in? So why don't we all take a break? And I don't know how long you guys are going to be gone for.
Probably
not that long.
Okay, that will probably give me enough time to locate what I'm looking for, and then we'll say get started back up in maybe like 20 minutes or so, or we'll look at around 20 minutes.
Sounds
We'll
good.
try for 20 minutes.
I was gonna say don't burn speed limits just to get back. It's
Like,
D&D, and truth be told, I like you guys alive.
Yeah, me too. It's a 5-minute drive. It's fine. I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, as long as it's not big
Then we'll
drops or
see.
anything.
All right,
So-
we'll be back.
Why don't everyone take a food break and we'll come back.
Hooray! All right.
And Sean, I think I realized what with that information, I think I realized what I'll make my backstory as well.
That is fine.
Whenever you want
hold-
to hear it.
That's fine. Let me come back to you. I have to get my phone.
Yeah, no worries. I'm gonna make some more tea.
I should make some tea, but I.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Did you find what you're looking for?
I'm working on it.
Kind of neat. The D20 that's rolled a 20 twice has like kind of a cool symbol on the 20. Like a bear with a mountain trees. Or bear with a mountain.
Where'd you send this?
General chat. I just put a post.
General?
Yeah, I just put a picture in there.
Oh, look at that.
Isn't that cool?
I like that.
Yeah. It's a Canadian company in BC that makes their own dice. I got like a dice advent calendar.
do 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 do.
You ended up finding what you needed?
I found what I needed, kind of,
Okay.
sort of, but yeah, I found it.
Yeah, that's good.
Our recovery mission may have been successful.
Oh,
May
yeah?
have been. Is it? Trying to think of the word here. Is the result based on a certain factor? You say may.
No, I'm just leaving you all in suspense. We are back.
Oh, okay.
Whack.
So you back?
Yep.
All right. We will go ahead and get started again.
Give Katie a second. She's just.
No,
finishing up
I
her
said
work.
that. I said no.
We're starting now.
No. Your thing.
No, I'm going to pressure her now. Swan, you're making me pressure her. Pressure, Katie, pressure. Hey!
Under pressure.
Her response is simple. Fuck off! So, learned anything while I was gone?
Did we learn anything?
No.
So,
Oh, thank you so much for accommodating us then. So how was everyone's week while we're waiting for Kaya to finish in the bathroom?
uh,
so your week's been great, right, Sean? I'm sure
So-
that's what that means.
so my
Sure, that's fine.
so fun. Are we still recording?
Yes, I can pause.
Can we pause, please?
Second. There we go. Go ahead.
So the last conversation we had 30 seconds ago from the players was that we were going to start heading for Borth Noon, possibly the location of a grand library and its many secrets inside. As Hunziker starts to finish up with that, Amira will turn to him and say, that might be a little bit harder than you think. And I need a history check from anyone who would like it.
Street.
All right.
Again. And I also did say that I was thinking we should probably see if we can destroy that amulet as well
Yes.
before we go anywhere. 22 for me.
You guys in these like 20s, man. You just shooting out the stars.
Sorry, I missed that. Rolling for history, or was that already?
History.
I got a 9.
I got a 6.
10.
Nia is just not very good at the history.
Vale and Nia, you are distracted looking at Vale. Vale, you were distracted looking down to see a tiny little set of hands wiggling from the pocket of Vale
Little buddy.
as he seems to be trying to reach out for what you don't know, but he's just wiggling. Anyway,
The amulet?
Dog.
I mean, you can give it a shot. You can give it to him. He's looking at the skull. No, I'm kidding. That was a joke. So as you guys kind of think things over, you guys will chime in to say, and for those who remember the first episode, when you guys listened to the report coming from, I believe his name was Loy. Loy Nightspire, the radio host.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Not enough to cook the meat. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, Lloyd Nightspire had happened to mention, and just as a reminder, that yes, the library has been unearthed, but its walls are still heavily fortified, and there's still an ongoing issue with the drone antagonists.
Right.
Borth Noon has basically been off limits for quite some time. To give reference, as you guys know that each of the planets tends to be worshipped as a whole, Borth Noon had so many gods, so many deities, so many goddesses that represented it, that the dwarves that once took care of the planet, that once took time to build major statues and temples to these gods. All right, I'll go to bed.
No, you're
Dog, not you.
I think all I heard is bed. I'm like, fine, fuck it, I'll go to bed.
Sorry,
I'm
she's
sorry, I'll go to bed,
begging.
it's fine.
So that they built so many of these statues that they couldn't keep up, and they wanted to appease these gods. The best way they thought they could do this was to make things autonomous. So they had spent their time building these drone-like structures and drone-like beings who would go ahead and take care of the building for them. Unfortunately, they got pretty sentient, and they weren't as cool about the whole building for somebody else kind of thing. Because of that, a majority of the dwarves had to move underground lest they go ahead and be killed on sight by these drones. So the surface itself is extremely hostile to ships coming in and out. You guys would actually know that Borth Noon is a major trading hub for rare materials and rare elements, but getting ships on and off the planet is extremely difficult because it's a gunning shot for the sky the moment in and out of these major places. Most of the dwarves actually live within caves and tunneling systems that are underneath the ground in order to ensure that they don't get found by these drone antagonists up on the surface. And those who usually come in have to pray that their ship will not be immediately shot as it's coming through. It's not that people can't get there, it's safely getting down there. You guys, she would advise, could do that. And given we go ahead and get there, and we actually get to the surface, we don't know where the library is. On top of that, she'll mention we would also possibly even need repairs if we get shot at. On top of that, and she'll actually kind of bring up her orb-shaped star map to you all to kind of indicate we are located here. Without going through the sun, it would take roughly, and that's 115 spaces, followed by an additional 55. You're looking at about 42 days worth of travel, and we do not have the provisions for that. I think it would be probably best we go to Omiya first and then go there.
I am inclined to agree with that.
I figured we'd have to resupply and all that, and maybe see if we can figure out some information about this planet, because I don't really know much about it except that there's that library there.
And as for that, as she kind of indicates to the amulet, I'm wary. Given the risk of it coming out is clearly low, its effects are unknown, and I don't know anything about Alhoons. But I think it's a general consensus we are kind of uncomfortable with its thoughts as well.
Yeah, Nox, are you able to? Would you be able to like undo this thing?
I don't want it undone. Not until we know more about this. What if it?
Nia, with your insight you got earlier, and you got a. Did you get a 21?
I don't know actually.
You got a 21 on. You got a 20 on something.
I did. Where? What?
Yeah, I'm scrolling up a little bit. You had a 20. Was that time when we did an Arcana check? Was that the insight?
I think that might have been.
That was yesterday, I think.
Yeah.
Or last
Oh,
week.
that was my apologies then.
No worries.
Then with the, I think it was a 13. Then you got for insight. You don't feel like you can see anything looking back at you, but you definitely don't feel
Like this thing's
undisturbed.
Visible concern.
Visible concern.
I think it's all pretty clear that I'm not exactly comfortable with this. Is there somewhere we could put this that is safe? Can we just? I'm loath to destroy it in any way, simply because of the fact that it's like destroying a library.
Yeah, but it's like a library where if every book tried to take over your soul and destroy you.
You know, I mean, I've heard enough stories of soul gems.
Yeah, that's basically what this is, though, isn't it?
You're the magic man, tell me.
Yeah, based on what we know, I don't see why it couldn't function that way.
I do know for a fact that we could not handle something of that power ourselves.
I don't think any of us have the mental fortitude to be able to keep it from taking over our own personalities.
No one's wearing it. Hope.
Oh, white shirt, at least not around my neck.
We don't know how powerful this Alhoon is. He could. What if he stretches out his force of will and tries to take one of us over while we sleep or something like that at a vulnerable point in time?
Look, I don't like this either, but if anybody else doesn't have opinions or methods, I mean, I wear it and I'm the only one who can't cast spells.
I feel like that's not
I might be.
But I'll be honest, the ability for like arcane tricks usually exists inside the consciousness, and so then if the Alhoon is able to kind of start to worm its way inside your own mind, then that spellcasting ability will probably come with that rather than you having it naturally, you know?
Well, no, I don't know. I don't exactly like cast fire from my hands like somebody else.
You could learn if you want to. If you wanted to, I'm sure I could teach you.
I'm very grateful that you have such a high opinion of me. Thank you. Point being, how about this? Unless anybody else has an idea about this, you don't exactly have access to anybody who can read minds, or well, maybe you can with your telepathy. I'm not certain. I don't know what everybody's abilities are. I can wear it or keep it or something. I just don't want it out of our grasp. I'd be fine with it on a like sitting on the ship. Oh, maybe Clank can wear it. Just so that we know that it's safe, but...
Clank will salute you. He's willing to take the responsibility if you wish.
Well, I guess it depends if like are autognomes in any way immune to like those types of magical forces.
You make me have to look up things.
Yes, that's your job, sir.
You did sign up for this.
Oh, hold on. I put him in the character description. Character creation. Clank says nothing about being immune to. What was the concern?
Well, I guess
Mind
it's
control?
more just like a mind control and that type of thing. Because yeah,
There's nothing about him being protected from mind affecting abilities.
like if he has a consciousness, then he could probably be taken over as well.
That does seem to be the Yep.
Now, that's not charmed, is it?
He would that would be a charm. I mean, there are charms, yes.
Compression's immune to charmed, exhaustion, and poison.
Yeah, I guess does compression have a mind?
To an extent.
We are getting
It
into the nature
possess.
of consciousness here. I
Oh
love
God.
Dungeons and
Is
Dragons.
compression sentient? That's the main thing.
Does possession belong to the charmed condition group? Nope. In 5e, pretty much everything is just what it says in a tin, unless a effect specifically says it imposes the charmed condition. It's not affected by any traits that interact with the charmed condition. Charmed is its own condition, separate from that of possession.
I guess is there maybe something we could do? Is there would we be able to create some sort of like
You could always lock it up with the
uh,
space heel egg.
a lead box that would like keep this thing?
I'd be all for it. Maybe
We can
potentially
maybe
we
install
can-
it inside compression.
Does compression have those kind of compartments?
Not currently.
I mean,
we're also going to another planet. Potentially we can commission a lead box from someone or buy one. Like, why do we need to make this bloody complicated?
Maybe the lead box.
Mia, you have a bag of holding. Would you be all right holding on to a lead box full of
potentially dangerous items?
Oh, I suppose I don't really like the idea of being responsible if something breaches containment, but well,
Let me put it this way. Magic people correct me where I'm wrong, but should this thing breach containment,
as you so charmingly put it,
wouldn't that not necessarily be a problem because it'd be an airless trap.
I mean, it's undead.
It's
It
more like
doesn't
actually it's like
breathe.
its consciousness that would come out. So I don't think it needs to breathe.
It's still
it's still
trapped in a bag.
Technically a pocket dimension.
That is
Active
true.
holding are actually quite fascinating things. Also, don't ever put a portable hole in there or they will explode. Unfortunately, he might have access to a spell that does something similar, so I would be moderately concerned because then we would, suddenly find ourselves on
Sorry, what?
Nia's seen a lot of tricks throughout her days as an entertainer, and one very bad magician's tale may have involved. You know what? That's a lot of semantics right now. Why are you asking? Are you from the insurance company?
I'm sorry. Are you required to answer this? Are you required to ask
such questions?
I am inclined for us to leave it as is. If we keep it far enough away from us, or not on our body.
I just feel like we don't really know what the extent of its radius of influence could be. The bag of holding might actually be the safest place, since it is actually, you're right, it is a pocket dimension, so it is technically separate, so maybe it is not able to extend out.
Well, if we're willing to try, then
How about we start with a lead box?
I don't know as lead necessarily would
Yeah, lead is just kind of like the idea. I figure maybe Nox would know if there's like some sort of like magic containing material.
With my background, I presume I would actually know something on GM.
Sorry, say again. I apologize.
Would I have an understanding of metal properties that are resistant to mental restraining to mental probing or mental what's the word I'm thinking of?
Scrying?
To resistant to psionic effects.
Yeah, that one.
See, we just need to find the right one.
Yeah, 'cause, like in my mind, I'm thinking like something kind of like how a lead box like keeps in radiation type of deal, but like for magic.
I am just being appropriate and checking source material real quick. You do know of something that can resist psionics. It's not a metal, but there is and I'm just making sure that I am not missing anything here. There are several options involved. If you are going down a more of a metal route, you're probably thinking of something called stellar iron. Stellar iron is a white, bright metal, soft to the touch, but extremely resistant, and is often used by celestial beings for resistance. It is not cheap, about 750 gold per pound.
How heavy is it? That?
I want to say it's fairly light because it says soft to the touch, and it's used by celestial beings. If you want to go more of the non-metal way, there is another type of material called Shadowfell linen. It's a dark and purple linen found usually in the Shadowfell. Same price, but it has more of a resistance to psionic effects.
Suffice to say, nothing we have easy access to within a week.
Not that you actively know in the middle of space.
Nox brings up the Shadowfell. I look at Vale. Do you know anybody? Got any contacts?
Ah!
You look like kind of person that'd be down there.
In fact, you'd actually know that Shadow Silk is right next to Stellar Iron being incredibly difficult to acquire. Given, yes, you could probably get some towards the Drow planet of. I had to bring up my own name here because I actually had forgotten. I had said Abathur Dublin in the middle of the asteroid fields filled with asteroid spiders. You could take your chances with that as well.
Right.
And not needing to have everybody jumping up and down going.
There's a lot of directions, but which one will the players take?
Let's go to our original spot. We had a plan. Still need food.
Yeah, you're right. We do need to resupply at least. We could put the amulet in the bag of holding for now, and then see if we can. Maybe we'll need more information about that planet with the library if we're going to try to find out more about these figures that are in the warning you were given.
Isinga,
Yeah.
you have telepathic capabilities. Why don't we scry it now? See if you can reach out and talk to it. Maybe. The more it says to us, the more we can either pin on it or know that it's safe. In my thoughts, either we're going to see.
I think I'd rather, just to be safe, I'd like to do that when we're all a little bit more rested. Maybe I can have some like protection from Roven and such.
Roven, who has been eerily quiet, resting downstairs as he contemplates missions to himself.
Bitch passed the fuck out, apparently.
I do know he has like protection from like good and evil because he cast that on me last time.
I'd be willing to let him do that. I think I still have his chart with me on that. It's in my email.
Ew.
Alright, I think a rest would be a wise idea.
A rest it'll be?
Well, we have Amira. How far away are we from our destination?
Looking at the star chart.
We had a couple days left, did we not?
5 days.
Yes, I'm inclined to say it's best that we reach out to this thing soon and see whether it's friendly or not. Because if it's not friendly, we'll just fucking eat it with the Mega now.
Fine. I'm gonna look at the amulet.
No, wait.
She's committed now. How are you looking at the amulet?
I'm going to look at it from a distance, as in it's in my hand, but I'm not like super close to it. And I'm going to listen and not or hear Knox go wait, and pull back and look at him quietly. Yes.
Heisenberg suggested to wait because he's tapped on his abilities. If we need to fight this thing, I'd rather have our magic thrower ready to throw magic instead of, I don't know, slapping him with his fists.
It would be quite funny.
Well, if Rovan, if he's able to, I think he's actually got the most protective magics. I've still got most of my spells left, so if you need me to defend you, I can.
Well, if you want to wait some time, Heisenberg, I'm ready to wait. If not, I'd rather contact it sooner than later, because 5 days before we reach port is a lot of time for it to
Screw everyone up.
cast doubt or give us questionable thoughts.
Kaya, were you planning on reaching out to it?
Hmm?
Were you planning on reaching out to it, Kaya?
I'm
considering it because I prefer answers sooner rather than later.
But
I
I
am willing to listen and go with the group. But I
If you-
kind of want to see if it'll talk to me.
If you'd prefer to be the one, I think that's perfectly within your rights. Could we cast protection from good and evil on you, just to try to give you a little bit of a buffer in case it tries to worm some fingers into you?
Appreciate that. And honestly, I'm frustrated that I can't get answers. I like having answers, as most of us do. But
It's in your nature as a survivalist to know.
most other things, yes. Oh, for the love of God.
He's getting a phone call.
Hi,
This better be an emergency.
Oh, Tim.
Oh, dear.
I'm in the middle of a D&D.
It's her brother.
Oh.
Oh, God.
Fuck that guy.
I
made sure to mute her before she started.
Oh, really?
She hasn't raged, so.
Okay, this is a good sign. Thank you.
You got that on hotkey?
No, actually, I just reached over and twisted the headset knob. I made sure to say her headset knob, not twisted her knob, but anyways. She flips me off.
I was saying more like giving time since Drew was here. I know he's got that protection from good and evil, but like
I can see it on his sheet. He can cast it.
I'm assuming he'd have at least like one spell slot left for it.
He has
How much do I owe you?
3.
Because then he could cast that on Vale before she like tries to reach out, just to kind of give a little bit of a buffer. Then the rest of us can kind of stand by. I don't have any other spells that are like protection based, so.
Use it, eh? That's okay. Attachment. Anyway. Yeah.
Ooh, but could I use my telepathy to link to Vale to give if she has to defend against it in any way, she would get advantage. Like I could do help actions.
Describe it to me.
Almost kind of like a Vulcan mind meld thing, like where she's reaching out to it, but then I just kind of link to her telepathically, just to kind of like bolster her own abilities with my own mind. So then I would share consequences if bad things happen, but I would be able to give her help actions.
That's freaking awesome.
For some reason, I'm just into trying to like power game and get as much advantage as I can this session. Sorry, Sean.
No, you're fine. I am
just advantage fishing today.
Well, at the same point, like that's your character in a nutshell. Is aware and cautious of these things. Very Like, it makes sense to me that you'd be
Okay,
like,
I gotta
okay, if
go.
you're going to do
Thank
this,
you.
I'm going to help you out as best I can. Like,
Bye.
it just makes sense to me. Go.
No, it was. I'm so sorry.
Remember,
I'm going to nod my DM head.
Yay.
And like I said, like I think like that would link me up. So like if like something bad happens to her mentally, like it probably should happen to me too. Like I should probably share those consequences. But at least I'd be able to kind of give her advantage on stuff. Now watch both of us become like Alhoons, and you guys have to deal with this.
Oh, I wish that was a thing. That would be beautiful. It wouldn't be that cool, but that would be really cool.
It'd be very funny, just like infect both of us.
So what I would like to have is both you standing in front of the ballista, so that as soon as I see suspicious shit, I'm going to fucking yeet both you with that thing.
Just put us in the like attach us to the mangonel, so it just whips us into space.
Whee! What happened? My finger slipped. What? Sorry, Heidinger.
I understand.
This is Heisinger blasting off again.
Robin is standing on. Robin is standing off to the side, nodding slowly, approvingly.
It was meant to be done. Are we sure they were really compelled? It was meant to be done. I don't really have a good way to make it look like you guys are like huddled up against a rock, so I'm just gonna do that. There you go. Now you're up against a
We
rock.
crash right into it.
Yeah, you know what? Watsy, I don't suspect you'll ever see this video, but just gonna go ahead and say you gave plenty of information on fucking crashing, but you're gonna give shit on combat. Just
Who?
throwing this out there. Watsy, Wizards of the Coast.
Oh.
They gave tons of information on the damage numbers, the angles, what gets destroyed first, if you ram a ship or crash it, but jack shit on combat. Why, I don't know. Usually one comes before the other. But fine.
Yeah,
it's okay.
That's Wizards of the Coast in a nutshell.
I'm not afraid of the overlords.
Okay.
Gonna knock on your door tomorrow.
Hot topic, but has anyone heard about the possibility that they're removing half races?
I did.
Huh. That's weird.
They're inherently racist.
Well, it's weird because the way they're doing it though is like they're just what they're doing is they're taking out the unique stat blocks for that lineage for half elves and half orcs and just saying like you can be half whatever and you choose two parent lineages. But what they're doing is they're just, apparently what they're going to say is you just choose one and use that. So it really is just reflavoring things. So it doesn't actually give you like unique things to be half anything.
I still think it was more open when it was an option.
Well, there's like actually like I haven't read them, but I know like people have made like 5e compatible content that actually is like 3 volumes, I think, just like giving you like half lineages to combine to make your like custom lineages, which is pretty neat. But it just seems kind of like strange to kind of like just say you choose one, but you have the stat block of one.
There was also an explosion about their virtual tabletop.
No, I didn't hear about that, but I don't care.
They were showing it off, and content creators who were supposed to be upping it were asking questions, and which apparently is a no-go when you're like supposed to be like a supporter at these events, and people are like, how much is it going to cost? What do you need to run it? And they were like, we don't know. And people were like, that's not the answer. And people were getting angry, and they were like, so they moved on. And I was like, oh, that's a very So you think you would have that one at least written down, kind of.
So what you're telling me is they got caught with their hand in the cookie jar.
Yes.
Well, I still think like they probably just don't want to reveal. Like the thing is like they want their own. They want to like make D&D Beyond into like a VTT so they can kind of like do a lot of microtransactions and stuff.
Of course they do.
That's my guess. I assume there's gonna be like lots of cosmetics and stuff like that, right?
Oh, I have no doubt. And I think the only reason I wouldn't move to it is because I wouldn't be able to do all this custom ability.
Well, they need to do a lot more to earn trust and respect in my mind. So,
Well, and like there's still like we still can't forget that there was like all those like articles that get comments about how like higher up execs thought players weren't paying enough. So whether the VTT will be free for anyone is up for debate, right?
all the questions. All the questions.
So I don't think there's any way that like their VTT would be that good compared to the other options out there. So
We're all super sus of Wizard of the Coast.
Can't imagine why.
Welcome back.
Back.
Discussing on sticking you and Heisinger on the tied up to the ballista so that if any shenanigans go on, we'll yeet you off the ship when we're safe.
Heisinger, have you any thoughts on this other than no?
Well, I thought that was a joke, but what we're actually thinking was like Rovan has protection from good and evil, so we could cast that on you. So then you'd have that as like a little bit of a buffer. And I was convincing Sean to allow Hunziker to use his telepathy to like link up to you to like kind of bolster your mental ability. So in case you have, pardon?
I'd be all over that. That's great. Let's do it.
So I could give you so I could give you like help actions and stuff like that.
Yeah, and I mean, if you wanted to be the one to talk to it, I'd be okay with that. I feel like out of the two of us, one of us is going to be more lethal because one of us has magic.
Well,
He's
and
going
you
to be
and
in your brain.
And it reached out to you first. That you have, it's fully within your right. I'll support you as best I can, though, to keep you safe.
And I appreciate it. Don't at all think that I don't.
But
I mean, I will very much say at this point.
I was trying to see if it wanted a knife in the gut and a slit throat, and you lot didn't even give the fucker a chance to say anything before all of you decided that the best thing to do would be to ruin him from existence. Which
That's a lie. It could have kept Sean a dominate person. It was dangerous.
Yeah, you give it a chance. Like, fine.
We can argue about topics such as morality like this later. And I mean, another reason. Then you can yeet me off the ship, as it so happens.
Well, you can't breathe, so it won't do any damage to you.
Well, damn. So
know where I am in this particular situation.
I'll at least aim for an asteroid so that if you do land on it, you'll have some place to hang out.
Until what? I managed to create a signal file?
Well, yeah, there's no air in space.
So Vale, what are you gonna do?
I'm gonna let Rovan cast a spell on me.
I'll cast a spell on you.
I put a spell on you, thank you. And then we'll go from there, I guess. So one spell. And then I'm gonna see if I can't connect my mind to it. After Hunziker link up, I suppose.
Wiggle in your brain.
Okay, and so I'm looking up because it's protection from evil and good that that Rovan has, right, Sean?
Yep, Rovan, upon request, can come upstairs and cast protection of good or evil on you.
Yeah. So just so you know, Kaya, like it says, like until the spell ends, one willing creature you touch is protected against certain types of creatures: aberrations, celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, and undead. The protection grants several benefits. Creatures of those types have disadvantage on attack rolls against the target. The target also can't be charmed, frightened, or possessed by them. If the target is already charmed, frightened, or possessed by such creature, the target has advantage on any new saving throws against the relevant effects. And it lasts up to 10 minutes.
Alright, well, we better do this quick.
And
wiggle around in my brain while you're out there.
Yeah, and it's concentration from Rovan as well, so he's gotta hold that. Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of be there like a hand on your back. I'm not gonna pry or anything. Just there in case you need me.
Very well. Well, let's see if somebody's willing to speak. So Rovin's casted said spell. I'm gonna let Hunziker do his thing. I'm gonna let the GM sing while he's figuring his stuff out.
Well, he's figuring out how best to destroy us.
Yep.
What else is new? I'm used to this kind of stuff by now.
So how do you go ahead and connect to this thing?
I'm gonna look at it really intensely, and then I'm gonna see if I can't like almost cast out my mind to it. Just poke it mentally. Go. Hello. You in here? Random.
It's the image of me sitting in the distance watching as I watch a bunch of people talk to a necklace. Not that nothing's happening, but it's just more the image of like somebody in a grocery store going like, "Hello, it's a banana. Hello, stop. What are you doing?" Mentally, so you're trying to mentally connect with it.
Yeah, I'm trying to mentally like almost throw. I'm picturing like throwing a line mentally over to it and seeing if I can capture that. Are you saying anything, Z?
No.
Okay.
I couldn't tell if he was talking. Sorry. Might have been the Kenku. Speaking of.
All right.
No, the
Kenku is still there. Sorry. I'm here.
Sorry. Continue.
Yeah. Basically, mentally throwing a line to this thing and seeing if I can connect with whatever it is that touched me very briefly.
Okay.
Kind of like mentally projecting this feeling of like.
What the fuck?
You
Sorry.
Me. Okay. Yeah, kind of connecting. You connected with me. Do you have more to tell me, or do you want to speak with somebody else?
Okay, hold on.
Holy shit, you know what? I'm looking at... I pulled up Protection from Evil and Good. Rangers, I thought Rovin was a ranger. He's not.
Yeah, I know. I'm quite convinced
What
he's
is
a paladin.
he a paladin?
Can I have a 1d?
1d4?
Is he a fucking paladin?
I think he is.
That'd be cool.
There's one spell that he cast. That was
Sacred Flame.
Yeah, Sacred Flame.
Oh, maybe he's a cleric.
No, Sacred Flames, I believe, are paladins only.
Cleric.
Oh, they're
Is it?
clerics?
They're clerics. So.
Oh, no, you're having a conversation with him. Focus on him.
He hasn't said anything yet. You're getting your knowledge wrong. So it's
There's
like, no,
there's
Sacred
like
Flame is
Divine
technically
Soul
cleric only,
Sorcerer and
therefore
stuff that
that's what
have it.
So, him being
But
a
I
cleric.
don't think Divine Soul
then he casts,
Sorcerer
like,
has
a ranger
Sacred
spell.
Flame.
And it was very confusing. So everybody thinks he's a paladin.
Well, no, not thinking.
You're gonna meow like that? What are you doing? Tater.
Is one of your crows messing around?
Anyway,
no, this is my cat actually. Posey has
Oh.
come.
I'm focused more on you.
Come here, Tater Tot. Tater Tot. Tater Tot. Do you have anything to say, little cat? Do you have anything to say, little cat?
Already here,
I'm just
Kenku?
going to hug you.
Yep.
You're so very soft.
We can hear Kenku.
You're very small.
What? So I died.
Small potato, what will you do? Meow to that. Cat, 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 cat. Cat, 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 cat. Hello, Pratat. You're captured. You're catched. You're squished. You're crushed.
Catnapped?
Destroy the cat. Indeed. Catacked. Alright. Alright, you are free. You're released.
Oh, and suddenly Kenku went quiet.
Oh, so like a panic attack.
Tell him Kenku went quiet.
Lovely.
What a cat.
Ooh, if I look up Sacred Flame, it is only cleric, actually. It's only cleric, so he's a cleric.
Well,
Fascinating.
we're level 3, so he could be cross-classed.
Also true. I could totally see Drew doing that.
A cleric paladin cross-class? That'd be a thing.
Could have done any like nature spells. He's not like an, so I don't think he's a nature's cleric.
Remember, he had, what was it? Detect evil or something like that.
Yeah, that's why I thought he was a ranger.
That's unnerving.
Because ranger gets that. Or I thought it was ranger.
Can I do anything? Can I speak to it?
Maybe it's not ranger.
Other guys say that Tenku was.
Yeah,
For
ranger gets
everybody-
terminal evil awareness.
For everybody watching, you watch as Vale holds this, and you feel like her hand just starts to tremble as she's staring down at this thing. Nothing is happening from the amulet, but she herself is trembling from staring at it. And you watch as the lens of this parasip goes black. When you look at Vale, you notice that her right eye,
They can't see my
eyes.
they can't see her eyes, so nothing at all. You notice nothing.
Okay, here's a question. Do I get even more? Like, is there even more of an unnerving presence from me? That seems a little bit less. Something's off about this versus like now there's something
If any-
more otherworldly
You
about it.
got all shaky, but for everything else, you are you.
And if
Everything
anything's going wrong or anything, like I am there to bolster as well. So I
since
would get like a feeling out of that. I think.
after the end of the description I gave you there, Vale, you the world has stopped shaking, but everything is still that color.
Oh, that's unnerving.
What the fuck is going on here?
Everything went purple for me. Out of character.
No, you shouldn't tell us.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, whatever. I don't
Sorry.
Like to know.
we're just like out of character and in character knowledge. It's interesting.
I am curious, but
In the effect that you have been touched by Vale, you happen to mention that little statement, almost kind of whispering it.
everything's gone purple.
do we need to make classes for you?
I'm uncertain.
Can
Can I reach out to it again?
You can if you want.
How
How long does the spell keep going for, Hunziger?
Rogan?
The protection one is for 10 minutes.
Fuck it.
Fuck it.
How long was that?
How long?
Yeah,
What is
how
the
long
How long
was
was that?
You, oh, that was like a round. That was like 6 seconds.
Okay,
Fuck
let's
it,
do it again.
again.
You
I have time. I need to use this spell for as long as I can. I didn't get
anything.
although you go ahead and hold it back up, the lens remains black. But your vision is still purple.
Did you speak to it?
Can you text me what happened to my eyes?
I guess since you like mentions like everything's gone, or if like since like this is all going on, do I get like any sense of like anything's gone, like any changes in her mind, or the veil's still all the same?
Say again?
Well, because I am like I'm still like I was connected with like telepathy, right?
Yes.
Like I'm not digging into her brain, like so like I don't read her mind or anything. Like it's just more just connecting to her to bolster. But like the idea was so I could give her like help actions of like that. So I would kind of it has anything kind of like changed in her mind? Like am I sensing any like changes or presences or anything?
Yes. You actually, I'm glad you said that.
Please.
Please hold.
Funny shit is happening. Doo-da, doo-da. Funny shit is happening. Oh, we're so fucked.
I take a look at my enormous penis. Trouble start melting away. Take a look at my enormous penis, and the happy times are coming to stay.
I
I
mean,
mean,
you brought it on,
dude.
She's trying to cheer you up.
I'm trying. You know what they say about a gnome?
Eh?
Nose?
A gnome, it's still actual size.
Yeah,
Yeah,
same with the dwarf. That doesn't necessarily mean I want to sleep with either of them.
The problem is that we lose half our body's amount of blood with it, so we tend to pass out.
Can I help you, girl?
Hello, pupper.
She's so funny. She'll come up and
lean
Turn
lean
your
against
webcam on.
you.
Oh.
Here's I wonder if I can do this.
Down. Yes.
There you go.
Are you
Are you
checking
checking
her
her
out,
out,
Z?
Z?
Zira!
I'm looking. I'm
Oh,
not
okay.
seeing the pupper. Oh, hello! Oh my goodness, he's very fluffy. Look at Fluffy. Oh,
Right.
wow.
Fluffy girl.
The floofiest. Very floofy.
Very floofy.
Oh, good dog. Oh my goodness.
She wants your food.
Okay, get that extra long snoot out of there, silly dog.
Look
Look at the tail.
It's
Bring
all
it close.
curved.
Indeed.
Yeesh.
Little rat tail.
Oh, it's
Oh,
thick.
so
It's like
cute.
bullwhip.
It is
It is
a
a
bullwhip.
bullwhip.
I remember I was watching them come back at one time
when
one of the
one of
first
the first
times
times
she came to visit.
Yeah, no, she's not
Get
going
out-
for that. I'm watching that.
get out of there. And I watched them back up, and she was sitting in the back, but was looking at me, and I saw the tail start going, and he's on the phone, and all I can hear is ah!
It's like,
like,
what's going on? You can say it, you jerk! And he was getting beaten in the face by her tail.
Oh my god.
It
Sadie?
was
really funny.
Silly dog.
You see what I just did there?
Got
Got
her
to
trained
train
with
with hand signals.
Very good. What a smart
Sadie?
dog. Oh, good girl.
I'll give you a treat for that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
You perform this, you get treats.
Back.
Okay. Players, continue.
Give us half a second. We need to get a treat for the pupper.
I see a Veil, and I see a Nick. Woo!
Sadie,
Come on.
Here.
Here.
Excited.
you come.
Well, I don't often get to see my friends, so it's always a good time when I get to see them. Unfortunately, I haven't. Oh my God! Look at the pupper.
Isn't she adorable?
It's a
That's
fluffy
adorable.
puffer.
Very fluffy.
He is
The floofiest.
the floofiest, the cutest.
Here we
Here
go.
we go.
Show and
and
tell.
tell.
Duck, 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 duck.
She's not happy on that spot.
No,
Nope,
she
she
doesn't
doesn't
like
Oh no,
it.
there's a tweak there. That's why.
Oh, that's
Oh,
why.
She is quite a large pupper.
That's
Yes.
funny.
She gets very annoyed when you take it out of her fur, and then she wants to eat it.
Like most dogs.
Silly.
Come on, lie down.
So yeah, that's a pet. Oh, that breath. Oh.
She
She
yawned
yawned
at
at him.
She's like,
She's like,
okay, I'm sad. Now where's my treat?
You don't get a treat every time. That's what you
She demands bribery.
Yes, she
Yes,
does,
she does,
actually.
actually.
She's like,
Like,
all right, fine. I'm gonna go get it myself.
myself.
do. She's actually going towards it.
Sadie,
Sadie,
No.
don't
don't
look
look
at me like I'm
gonna
gonna
give
give
it
it
to you.
She knows what she wants.
Yes,
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 she
she
does.
does.
Sorry,
Sorry, I will stop
distracting
distracting us.
You're fine.
By
So,
all means, continue. This is adorable.
So, Hunziker and Vale, how do you two react?
Well,
I don't know what just happened to me, so
I'm
I'm going to look at Hunziker Granted, again, you can't see it, yay hoods. And
did
did
something change in me?
I feel like something changed.
Possibly, but I think it's definitely a good thing we did that we cast that protection spell. I think that was
Very much so, yes.
yeah. I did seem to hear kind of what was affecting you, but through the buffer of yourself. So I guess that actually kind of worked out for the best. So that's good.
I think something else has changed, and I'm not entirely certain I like it.
Am I going to need to shoot someone?
Well, as long as it wasn't something.
It makes you happy. You're welcome to shoot me, but I get to bite you in return. All right?
You suddenly hear winding from the mangolin as Clanks
I
are
didn't talk to you, sir, but thank you for your enthusiasm.
You didn't specify what?
Well, unless God decided that it was doing something some other effect rather than like possession or charming, then maybe something happened to you. But otherwise, you should be at least safe from the most dire the things I was afraid of that would happen to you.
Yes.
Did you understand? Did you hear the voice?
I didn't hear anything.
I think that was a protection spell. I think it just kind of helped you. I think it kept you safe.
Well, I'm alright with that, honestly.
But there was a voice, and it did say, it. Did you take some other like papers from the from that ship?
I think I did. I handed it to one of you. I brought it back before we all went back.
You gave the papers to me. That was the blueprints.
But it was nothing else, right? It was just the blueprints. It wasn't like some research notes.
I thought there were notes. I couldn't read them.
I'll have to look through the papers, and you just gave me that, and that was on top, if anything.
The voice was like, maybe the protection spell kind of kept you safe from it. But it was repeating the research must continue, and it just kept saying that over and over again. And it looked like it reached. It almost felt like something reached out to you. But I think once again, I think that spell kept you safe.
But not you.
Well, I don't know. Are my eyes different?
Well, I mean,
I don't even know my eyes.
I'm just kidding. Yeah. If nothing has physically changed with me, then I think maybe you were the buffer. So you kind of protected me.
You don't actively, Hunziker, notice any residual effects.
Is the world still purple for me?
It's still purple.
Does anyone have a restoration spell?
Anybody casts a restoration spell at the level we're at.
That might be too high level for us.
I think lesser restoration is indeed like I think
Level
it's level
3,
6
isn't
or
it?
7.
No.
Restoration.
No, I mean the character level we need. Sorry, that was unclear.
Lesser restoration is a second level spell, but I don't think any of us would have access to it yet.
No, I don't know if we would, and I don't
Spells.
spell, so.
I thought you meant like I don't know how to spell. Okay, this is the word
Jared,
boat.
you can't read.
You stop dripping on me, girl.
Again, I am concerned. Do I need to shoot someone?
Yes, I'm right here, but again, my offer remains.
No, I think we're okay.
Not you, Plank, thank you.
I think we're fine. I think we're okay.
Stop flinching again.
I think maybe if nothing else, it has maybe it's I don't know. Can I do like an Arcana check? Maybe actually.
Do an
Arcana check on me.
Yeah.
What are you arcanaing for?
Does anyone
just
know why the world is purple? Is it
Like,
purple for anyone else?
No.
Yeah, because it wasn't able to. It shouldn't have been able to possess her or anything. But did it like tag her or kind of like?
So you're trying to like see if she's purple or like if she's like magic?
Something
Little
inside her is
fucker.
purple.
And
We don't know how we feel about that.
Sorry.
I don't know, like seeing like maybe if like it tagged her as like kind of like how you like a warlock patron tags someone. Did it tag her somehow or something like that?
Mark. Am I marked?
Well, the world's purple.
I don't like the fact that the world is colors that it wasn't before.
Makes an odd effect. Things that were less purple are now more purple. Things that were more purple are now obnoxiously purple. Things that are obnoxiously purple, you just don't want to look at it anymore. Everything else is out of the fact that the shade of the world or the universe is now a different color. You don't feel any different. Are we rolling an Arcana check?
If I could, I don't know if it's something I would be able to tell or not. That's a thing.
I don't think so. You could do an Arcana to know if this is some kind of like curse.
If you let me, I'll give it a shot.
Yeah, shoot for the stars.
Remove curse, and if I think about it, if remove curse that is a 3rd level spell, so we don't have access to that yet either. And that's a nat 1, so you know what? Screw it. I had one chrono rewind left. Oh, that's much better. That's a 16 on the die instead. So I think that is a 20 total. Let me just double check. Yeah, that's a 20.
You hadn't heard of any curses that would have this kind of effect, but given it's a pure sip of mind trapping, anything is basically open. Open to interpretation in this case. It's not outside the realm of possibility to say that this may or may not be a curse, but definitely an odd effect if nothing else. Otherwise, looking at her general appearance, you can't see her acting differently in any other way.
If it's some sort of curse, maybe it's like it just. Can you put the amulet on the ground? Can you let go of it?
Yeah.
She drops the amulet.
Okay. Sometimes I've heard of curses where like things attach to people, like kind of imprint on them, and then the person can't really get rid of them. But it doesn't seem like that kind of curse. If it's anything.
This is the puppy following me home, I'm afraid.
No, let's hope not, right?
It'd be a very odd puppy.
Octopus puppy. Writing that one down.
Octopuppy.
Squid puppy.
I'll be back in a moment. I'm gonna go and like just very like somewhere private, like examine myself in whatever mere function I can find to make certain.
I do think you're all right. I do think like you haven't had anything happen to you that's really going to like impact. I think we've kept you safe from any, like I said, from any of the bad effects.
I have no doubt that
just so you know,
have done a very excellent job. But I'd like to be certain, and I'm just gonna take a look myself.
Absolutely. What should we do with the? What do you think? What should we do with this amulet in the meantime then?
I think keeping it in another dimension would be best.
I like this idea.
Yep. I am totally willing to do this. It might be wisest.
Maybe since before you go and freshen yourself up, if you don't mind, since you're the one with protection on you, if you don't mind picking up the amulet and dropping it in the bag.
I'm gonna pick it up and put it in the bag.
That seems wisest.
Indeed. Assuming nothing explodes when I pick it up.
Not that you've noticed, no.
Yeah, good. Alright, I'm gonna go check myself out. Do I notice my eye?
Oh yeah, that's definitely different.
That's weird. Right. I'm gonna come. Is there any other marks or differences or changes or anything?
Nope.
Just my vision.
Just the vision.
My eye.
And the eye.
That's fucking creepy.
Yeah.
Come back upstairs, looking somewhat mostly put together.
My
My
eye
eye has changed.
Just
Just one.
And
And everything is still purple.
That's,
All right, well-
that surely is a thing.
Well, I was thinking, do you want me to describe exactly what I saw?
Sure. And I'll tell you what I saw or didn't see. Or
Well, I
whatever
said-
it was.
Yeah, and I said there was the voice, but just so,
Yes.
I guess everyone else would have seen you trembling, Vale. But like, so what I saw, like, it looked like the world was shaking around you. And it looked like some tentacles were coming out of the amulet trying to get to you, but they weren't able to, which I think that was the protection spell. And they withdrew. And then there was that voice that kept repeating, and it seemed to almost give tunnel vision onto your bag, where if there were research notes, which I assume there's probably some research notes that maybe the Alhoon is fixated on. That's pretty much everything, but that's pretty much what I did not see any other changes or anything. So I think, and that's why I think maybe you're safe, is because the tentacles themselves weren't, those tendrils of Shadow weren't able to really embed themselves in you, which is good.
Lovely.
What do you do, Vale?
Excellent.
I mean, it's not like the prom is next week, so I mean, you don't have to worry about that. But like,
Well,
Well, I'm mostly covered anyway, so it doesn't really matter. What am I supposed to do? There isn't anything to do. Thank you. I'm gonna thank Roven for his spell and for Hunziger for keeping an eye on me. And be horrendously unnerved by the fact that A, the world is purple, and B, my eye is weird.
If it is a curse, I know that there's some wizards that can kind of break those bonds, so I can start to look into research on that, and maybe I'll be able to at least we can experiment and see if it is a curse at least.
Well, I'd be willing to be your guinea pig test subject. I'm gonna look at Nox. Please don't shoot me.
you heard one more clink from the
Please
from the
don't shoot me
mandolin.
either, sir.
He looks sad as he's like, he took all the time to set up the mandolin in time, and then found out he can't use it.
Aww.
Link, if you find any plates, we can play target practice.
I'm going to spend most of the rest of the time until wherever it is we need to be.
Amir will turn to Clank and say, "Please do not throw all the plates out. That's all we have."
Well, and I'm
We
curious, what
need
was
to
like
eat off
a?
of things.
Go ahead.
I just said we need to eat off of things, so perhaps plates. But
We're in 0G. We don't need plates. Our food will float off.
No, you're in 0G when you're outside of the bubble, not in here.
yeah, inside the bubble, it is all regular G's. All regular G's all the time.
I'd like to see Nox
Jeez
just like go like, "It's fine," drops food, smash to the floor. It's okay.
It's just a little dirty.
I'm
Good.
going to
Guys,
spend some
it's-
time going
It's
through them.
botulism.
Oh, dear God.
I'm kind of curious, like when I was describing like exactly what like I saw with that, what was like Naya's and like Nox's reactions to that?
You guys had watched, her kind of tremble. You actually almost felt like you watched Hunziker tremble just a little bit before, they told her your reactions. How do you guys feel?
Nia is aggressively not thinking about this and like tuning her lute a little
More enthusiastically than
Yep.
usual.
Oh, hold on.
sort of
Hold
humming
on.
under her breath.
I prepared for this moment. You're tuning your lute.
Uh-oh.
Insert terrible
Sex
sex
joke
joke here.
Doom, 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 doom.
Fuck. No. Fuck. Yes. No.
Kaya, don't come in, I'm tuning my lute. Don't come in, I'm tuning my lute. I'm tuning my lute.
That is the worst masturbation joke I've ever heard in my entire life.
Kaya started it.
Go,
I
go,
did
go to
not.
jail. Go directly to jail. Do not pass
That's
go.
not-
No,
do
do
not
not collect
collect
$300.
Directly to jail, sir.
Naya,
Or to jail.
Naya plays a soft lute as you guys.
An enjoyable soft flute. This is beautiful music.
I am going to look through these notes and investigate what I can.
I'm going to stay very clearly in everybody's view, just so that, like, if I go nuts, people are able to, like, notice.
Vale, do you give the notes over?
Yeah, I gave everything I had.
And I have
In
comprehend
the
languages, so
loot
then
description,
if Nox starts looking at that stuff on like the blueprints, I'll cast comprehend languages and help him go over that stuff.
I should really pick up that. I should have that spell. I haven't finished filling my spell list.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for reminding me of it.
so the notes kind of pass in front of you there, Nox, and it is of nothing legible to you at all. It's actually a loot discussion if you want. The first page of just
Hang on. L-O-O-T or L-U-T-E?
LOOT discussion.
Okay, sorry.
I just like under the circumstances I need
No,
to
not talking about how well Naya's playing, which by the way, you're rocking it right now.
Can we have a channel this LUTE discussion?
Fine, I can make that also happen.
It's just going to be a whole lot of bad bard jokes.
Just-
I'm going to warn you in advance.
Oh, that's
Great.
fine. When
You sure
are you
about getting
casting Hunziker? Are you casting comprehension language?
Yeah, and then I'll like help him like go over all these materials.
It gets more clear, but it's garbled. Like completely it like now they're actually spelling letters, but they're still in no concise order.
Maybe a code.
Or like shorthand. It's not like a writer's like a doc like you know how like some doctors and stuff like that write in shorthand. It's not like something like that.
Nox is going to put down his pen and look at Heisinger. I think we should get to our friend. Her eye has changed. What do you think? It might be a cipher of some sort.
Oh, hey, that's not a bad idea. Yeah,
Be
prob-
on the deck, like randomly reading.
yeah, we'll see if you're ahead or not. I guess if you're asked, we're looking at these the notes, and they seem a bit garbled. I wonder if the Alhoon is giving you the ability to maybe to read it. Maybe do you wanna come try?
May as well, I suppose. I'll
Worth a
go
shot.
try and read it.
So Heisinger, you went up to go talk to Bale about it?
Yeah, then I'll come back down with Vale.
Nox is going to hide most of the words with other paper and just kind of keep a few things revealed.
Vale's gonna come back, recognize what this is, give Nox a very weird look, but also not one he can see,
The quest,
and just kind of be like, alright, let's see if I can read this.
the quest for knowledge can be ravenous indeed.
Yes. Can I make any of this out?
I believe you did get a message.
What? Oh,
sorry.
sorry.
If it's any consolation, I also thought you meant she got a message from the amulet and was about to be somewhat alarmed.
You got a tweet. Check your DMs.
I don't have Twitter.
You got a chirp.
I don't know if I can get those.
Oh, that's right. You don't have yours yet. Never mind.
I found day 15. I found that the longer that I look at the data, the more amazing it gets.
Nox is scribbling this out quickly as he's reading this.
Would you like me to read slower? I hope to soon get a bit more understanding of the data after closely reviewing it, but overall, it's incredible. So much power, so much energy from one little piece, and from what I understand, there may be more. I wish I could even describe it, but yet I can't.
Out of curiosity, how much is she reading of the notes? Because Nox has hidden most of it except for like the first couple lines.
The part I sent you guys in loot discussion is the part she's reading.
How long? Oh, wow. There's going to be a lot of data here.
It's not as long as you think.
Okay.
Okay.
Winslow.
Dr. Winslow came by again and started talking about power saving. He's talked for years now about cutting power to my project, destroying my useless data. Now he's been walking by the circuit breakers even more frequently. I'm afraid he'll do it while I'm in here. I've heard him say the things to the others, and I don't know what to do. I keep a scroll on me just in case, but what if they can't hear me? What if they do hear me and don't do anything? We'll keep log to a minimum. DKP.
How do you feel, Vale?
Is everything so purple beyond this page?
As you finish reading to yourself, the purple begins to fade off, and the note returns to the same dialect that everyone else can see.
So I can't read it now.
No.
I guess DKP must be the monogram of this Alhoon.
50
What?
DKP minus? Sorry, literally, that just came directly to mind.
Things are less purple. I want to go check my eye, if that's alright.
Yeah, if you'd like to, me and Nox can kind of go over these notes and see if there's anything we can puzzle out.
Please do. And if you know of anybody DKP, that sounds... Who's Dr. Winslow?
Probably no one of significance to us. I have a question.
Yeah, 'cause I guess, Sean, it's not like someone famous, eh? So it's kind of like the other the figures from like the warning. It's like something that I wouldn't have even heard of.
It's not a... the two names involved are not popping up. I mean, one's just an anagram.
Just curious.
Anagram or initials?
Or initial, sorry.
Apparently
My
my
eye
eye
is normal again, as is the color of the world's.
Except
Well,
now you
must be
got
a
this
little more
giant
reassurance.
bulbous thing on your back, and it's starting to talk to you, and it's also starting to wiggle and ask you, "Hey, how's your day?" No, I'm kidding.
Yo, get out of here!
Your next level could be in Warlock if you want, and then you could take Abyssal Mind.
Thank you.
Possibly.
So, like, I guess, like, if we're going over this, I guess it kind of gives us more things to look into, because we have, like, the figures from the warning. Now we have Winslow.
And by the way, I gave you this because of the fact that you wrote it down. So Nox, I'm crediting you for remembering to say the words. I'm writing this down.
Yeah, and I would have gone slowly enough as I saw it to, like, have people be able to get it, because I wanted that to be...
You gotta remember, Nox is... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I just said you wanted dictation taken. So.
Precisely.
And also, you probably didn't have to slow down too fast. Nox is used to writing things out.
Now,
probably
here's
very
my
good at it.
question.
After the end of Nox writing things out, would somebody else need to possibly be casting comprehend languages to understand what the hell he wrote?
Noxian is a complex language that magic won't help.
Yeah, you either you get it or you don't, and 90 most people don't.
Lovely.
Interesting. They speak of elaborate items. Power, circuit breakers, like that's something that's not... Actually, is, like, electricity common?
Electricity is more common in the more herbal areas. It was not uncommon on Astrodon.
Now the question is, could it have been on the ship itself, or it was the laboratory on the planet?
Ostergrad. Sorry, I'll get the name right.
Yeah.
Now I guess one question that comes to mind is I wonder if
You
maybe
just had
what.
one.
Pardon?
You
You
just
just
had
had
one
one
question.
Well, what one that
Sorry,
comes to
sorry,
mind now is.
Continue.
Hunsgood's just like, what? Is that now I wonder if that derelict ship was less of the natural fight between the Gith and the Illithids. Maybe it was more of someone trying to get. I don't think we got anything that looked like a shard of anything.
Was there anything on the ship that might have looked like that for me, Swan? Did I pick anything up like that?
You hadn't picked up anything or had noticed anything of a shard. The thought of a shard. Nope, that's it.
All right.
That's all. Sorry, I had a thought and then the thought fell out because I was like, nope, it
Yeah.
fell out.
That's fine.
I wonder if whoever took out that ship was actually took it out to take whatever that was.
Those two had a thing, and he did not.
Remember, they were.
Tansy.
Don't forget, those were Illithids. They could have been going in and out. Jeez. They sound so civilized for Illithids. That's the concerning thing.
Are they not considered? Are they not?
No, I'd agree with you, Vale. I think they're actually quite civilized. It's just that their version of civilized is usually something that means
Death
horrific
and
things to us.
destruction. Precisely.
Suck in your brain.
Hey,
I mean, aren't for them, we're a food source, are we not?
yeah, I think I probably look monstrous like a cow.
Well, we're both food source and breeding stock.
Which is vaguely horrifying when you think about it, but
Right.
only to us, I suppose.
Don't,
Gives you an entirely different idea of meal before bed.
don't fuck what you eat.
I use prestidigitation to do a rim shot.
You know, if you're going to eat a sandwich, you'd probably feel better if no one had fucked it first.
Ugh.
I don't like to yuck anybody's yum, but that's not my thing.
Okay, Bard. Listen, we have questions about what you. We're not taking you to the deli anymore, okay?
Vale goes over to whoever it is that's talking and just covers their mouth and go, "We don't want to know the answers to these questions."
They're really hard. It's not a question. It's just a quip.
Vale reaches through interdimensional space and shushes the DM and says, "Don't ask these questions. We really don't want to know."
Yeah, we're ill-equipped for this discussion.
Subway.
Oh,
You
no.
fresh?
Okay,
I need a drink. That's enough. I'm taking 2 seconds to go make a drink. I'll be right back.
Please get it all out of your system before I get back, so that I don't need to worry about you all.
Just a little small.
The footlongs are in fact only like 8 to 11 inches or something like that. They are not an entire foot. So yeah.
Sadness. Don't remind me of what like half my money goes to. Okay.
Oh.
No, seriously. I oh god, how much Subway have I ever bought?
Yeah, I get a lot of Subway here too. There's not as much. There's not a lot of stuff in Penticton as fast. So
I
miss
know,
Publix.
I know sugar. I understand it has a lot, but truth be told, I go for the wheat. And of the number of fast food, it is the less deadly of the fast food.
Yeah.
exactly right. I guess like my brain's kind of going along with the idea that whatever it was that took it out was very large and very advanced.
Yes, I do have a lot of concerns about this. What were they trying to conduct?
The world may never know. And that's a threat.
Or we might find out if we keep chasing these leads.
I confess I am mildly concerned that it seems to involve Vale channeling things into her face. That is concerningly close to the brain, and as we're dealing with illithids, which have, historically rather, how shall we say, deleterious effects upon the brains.
I think as long as we're very careful and we keep that protection spell on whenever anyone interacts with that amulet. For now, until we have something protective. Be
Yeah.
careful when you reach inside, I guess, so you don't accidentally grab it.
Yes.
I think you're quite fine because the way that those work is it summons what you desire. So as long as you do not desire touching it, you should be fine.
Yes.
At the same point, if one of us needs to communicate with it again, it might give us more information. But it's best we wait.
I don't know if it's really going to give us anything else right now. That seems to be all it really wanted to do.
Neither of you, and granted, Vale's currently inspecting her face, adding some more makeup. Did you catch any sense of how it was feeling while you spoke to it?
Well, it just seemed like kind of exactly what you'd expect from something that obtained a lichdom. It was very fixated on the research, so you only get to live centuries and centuries by really becoming as obsessive as it can be. Like I said, it did seem to reach out toward Vale, so I'm not sure it's really. Well, I'm not sure if it really wants to stay in that amulet.
I'm inclined to agree with you with that.
Well, like I said, be careful with that Naya.
I will do my best to be. She's going to actually pull a leather bag out, and it's of a size to hold her loot, and that's where she usually puts it when it's not in the bag. Well, she puts it in there to protect it while it's in the bag of holding. Although, it's a psychosomatic thing. She knows it doesn't actually have an effect, but yeah. So she's going to use that to put the amulet in and pull the drawstring and tag it, bag it, and put it in the bag.
Okay, if we're going to do that, then I would also, I will insist that we get Roven to cast Protection from good, Evil and Good on you before you touch it.
That is a good plan. I will happily wait for that.
Yes, especially if there was tendrils intent on harming us.
I don't even know if it's really like harm. It might be more just kind of like survival.
Yeah, as you necessarily intent on harm, but
as you put the amulet into the bag there, Naya, you do notice that the lens does remain black.
Fascinating. I guess it can't really talk to us necessarily. Or perhaps it. I feel like there's probably some sort of undead resonance going on there.
Maybe it just doesn't want to. Maybe it feels like Vale is the most likely to the most agreeable of all of us.
The most receptive, perhaps.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Well, I can't fault it for wanting a friendly ear, so to
It's a
speak.
guy's pet.
She pats the bag of holding.
You can. Whenever Vale returns, Nox will have questions for her.
Back.
I don't know. Is there less subway commentary here?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Oh, good. You're back, Vale.
Where did I go? DM?
Apparently, you went to check your makeup one more time.
You said you wanted to go check your eyes, right?
Yes. Sorry. I am. I heard
And-
some questions for me?
And what are we to do with the skull?
Skull's in my satchel at the moment. I don't believe it's going to be dangerous.
Careful with your little friend. He might get attached to it.
As you
Not my pocket.
you'd even notice that as you draw close to the skull to put it back into your bag, he actually kind of pulled. You watch slowly the arms kind of pull themselves back inside the pocket, like I don't want to deal with that. I won't be having that, sir.
He's a smart little one. I do quite like him.
He is a cute little guy. Nia's going to pull out a coin and just sort of offer it to, well, sort of hesitate, holding it out towards Vale. Do you want to give this to him?
I'm going to gently lift out my friend, put him on my hand, and see if he'll take the coin from Nia.
Toss a coin to your spirits, oh valley of plenty.
What are you doing?
Nesting.
Okay.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
This is where you've chosen to lay your affections, apparently.
You hold up your little spirit, his little satchel and bag kind of sitting straight. He kind of just stares forward before very gently he lifts one hand up.
Nia puts the coin in his hand.
What kind of coin was it?
It's a single gold piece. She's not cheaping out on this. I'll mark one off.
Roll me a 1d100 and call high-low. Call high-low first.
I'm gonna call low. And it, of course, rolls high.
Aww.
He folds the coin, folds the coin, folds the coin, folds the coin, puts it in his bag. Thank you for your patronage.
Nia does a little thumbs up.
You see him try to look at his hand and look back at you and then look back at his hand, and he kind of takes his thumb and puts it up but can't really get it to stay straight.
Nia claps appreciatively.
So what's our plan from here?
I think it is time for us to continue on our way. I have a few things to study up and work on in my...
I heard you had questions for me?
Oh, yes, before I forget. How did it interact with you? Did you get word? Did you get
I got
intent?
nothing. I got pictures.
Well, that's interaction. What did it...
Well, yes,
but I got no words. I got nothing. I got a vision of
the
the cataract opening and tendrils, and then it went black.
And
And
everything around me
went purple.
That's
Like it was trying to reach out, but it didn't, and then it didn't.
No emotion, no feeling,
Nothing.
Nothing.
It was
very weird.
Well, I think mind flayers in general don't have a lot of what we would call emotions in our sense, but then if you think of how much you give up to become a lich, I think maybe it doesn't have much of that left.
It might have just been undead so long it forgot.
Usually just kind of obsession takes over, and that's why I think it's so focused on this research.
That makes sense.
Well, I will let the party know. It is approximately 10:30. You guys are free to continue on your way if you like, or what do people feel or want to do?
If I may propose,
Me propose.
seeing as unless something happens in the next 7 days, let's continue on our journey that way. And Nox has his little project he's going to be working on, and he'd like to try and finish or start, I guess.
Vale's
Vale's probably gonna do reading
and
and also training and etc.
I think Nia's going to try to learn something new, but I'm not sure what yet.
Oh,
Oh, go
I
ahead.
I have an idea.
Vale's gonna go up to
Rovan
Rovan
and say,
that
"That little trick in your prison, where you asked me if there was 200 years for me to learn it. Might as well get started if you have nothing better to do. If you'd be so amiable as to teach.
Would you stop whining?
Dog, not Rovan.
Rovan looks at you and goes, "Nope, we're committed now." Rovan looks at you. He's like, "I see. I have more more to learn about you."
Bitch.
Walking away. Woof. That's all I
put
have.
that
for
in
him.
there.
I can't say it on behalf of him. I don't know what he would say, but I feel like with the edgy type, he would go that way.
I guess a question I have actually, I was kind of wondering, so me and Nox can pilot this thing, but you said anyone with spellcasting abilities could do that.
Yes.
Oh, train someone
With
else.
downtime, if any of the other spellcasters like Rovan or Naya were interested, would I be able to take the would downtime be able to teach them and give them proficiency with spelljammers with vehicles?
So spelljammers don't
That would be cool.
require a proficiency. Now, training to kind of figure out maneuvers does help. But nothing that I say in nothing I see in 5e says you have to require a particular proficiency. You just have to have spell casting abilities. For example, there are particular ships that are powered by music, which is usually more bardic schools actually kind of float with. There are druidic and cleric-based ships that actually operate on their own systems. There are tons of different spelljammers that operate in different ways, so the concept of proficiency is only limited by your understanding of how the ship works.
Okay, well, I took like the wild spacer background where it actually gives me literally like proficiency vehicles bracket space.
Yeah, both of us do.
It's one of the reasons I took it.
You can teach them. I will tell you that I would say proficiency. You're actually opening up a little bit of a gray zone. So to acquire a proficiency takes 250 days with 1 gold per and a teacher. We've already accomplished the teacher. We could definitely accomplish the 250 days. Are you asking them to pay you?
Well, would it take the gold because if I'm just volunteering the time?
That's why I said you had to do a gray zone. So to be honest, I would say no. You don't have to take the gold.
Are you?
Maybe the gold would go into like
a main like a fund for the ship.
He has to open up a PowerPoint.
Like I wouldn't ask for the gold, but it's just more like like if I guess like it depends because if it takes that long, then it depends like who wants to do it really. If
you want to give technical background to them, you could absolutely do that.
That would be really
cool. Just an idea for like UZ and then
there will be more moments of quote unquote downtime.
I think. Oh.
Shall we go ahead and progress then?
What is Nox gonna have to roll for his little project?
Which project is this?
The
You can message it if you don't feel like saying it aloud.
Is the parapet it's still black, yeah?
The last time you saw it before it ended up in the leather bag that ended up into there.
During this week?
And
can I check on the leg?
You have no, okay.
Oh, right.
Lot of thoughts. I gotta clear up real quick. Yes, Nova, you can roll for that. For the parapet, it has not cleared up yet. You've noticed though over the course of the last week, it slowly started to lose the darkness in it. But it's still it's almost like a fog, if you could almost say it, a black misty fog. The more that it clears up, the more you notice that it's more liquid in style, and that it can move around like gaseousness. With the last question of how the egg has gotten bigger.
I'm gonna talk to it
every so often, reassure it that we're not here to hurt it, and please make certain that it doesn't hurt us. Talking to an egg.
Worse people have done worse things.
Exactly.
That does not make me feel at all
the more a bunch of times you've actually taken light into the room to kind of look at it, and you can actually see that it has grown more anatomy parts as you've as with each time you check in, as it develops from an embryo into a eventually a larval state.
How exciting!
I'll let everybody know that, but I think Nia is the only one who will actually be somewhat interested in this.
You know, that is how the bard do.
Nia, do you do anything in particular during the last few days of travel?
Might visit the egg a couple of times too. I'm trying to think. Probably.
I can lend you my books if you're bored.
I'll appreciate it, but.
The Jugular Vein and Where to Stab by.
You know?
50 ways to kill someone.
50 ways to kill.
Chill.
getting more and more slightly more grouchy
the longer she goes without her flask and hasn't mentioned this to anybody.
It has been quite a few days.
Yeah, so I'm gonna need to.
Speaking of flask, and I don't have this, so please keep this to theater of the mind. Speaking of flask, as I need perception checks, whoever is spell jamming, you can fight over that department. Take advantage.
You're working on stuff, so should we say like me and Mira are passing off for now?
How about both of you guys, like both Nox and Heinziger, simply because you guys would probably be.
Yeah, I would absolutely rotate out with all of you. Like my project is a small tinkering project.
So are we doing whoever's like doing it right now, Sean, or like at the current time, or?
It's the current time. I would say you guys are basically right outside of Omia 6.
Lovely.
Okay, so who do you want to say? Who's doing this then?
That's up to y'all. Who's doing it?
Is Amira part of this or no?
Yep, wrong one.
Great. I want the captain to notice.
Amira's asleep.
Okay, so you know what? I'll roll a d20. 10 below you, 11 up me.
Oh yeah, sure.
4 you.
Oh, okay. This was a perception check, or what was this?
This is a perception check.
Oh, okay. He said with advantage.
With advantage.
Okay. That is 21.
Okay. Anyone else also?
Okay, give me a sec. I just forgot a couple rolls. So first off, I have a roll for my crafting.
Okay.
Which is... I get my proficiency bonus, but is that it?
That's it.
Okay, so that would be a 15 for my crafting.
You're making progress.
Okay.
It's better than last. It's definitely better than last time.
Now, this is over 7 days.
Yeah.
Should I roll again, or...
I'm gonna message you on that while you're doing your other one.
Okay, so now perception. 18
Yes.
on perception.
With the 18 to perception, to the and Hunziker's roll, as you guys are starting to finish up your journey, you will start to see bits and pieces of debris floating through the area. And actually floating in your direction, the reason why I mentioned before about the flask, you see a barrel just kind of floating in your direction.
Can I tell like what kind of barrel it is, or?
It's a big ass casket.
Whose direction?
Cask.
Casket.
Requires something entirely different. None of us are at a funeral.
Yeah, is it a barrel or a coffin?
It's a barrel.
Okay,
who's
so
it
yeah, a
floating
cask,
towards?
not a casket. Okay.
Technically, a casket is a small cask, so it could also be like a jewelry box.
That'd be
So
pretty
now we have something that holds liquids, something that holds bodies, and something that holds jewelry. Good. Now that we have the whole gamut.
All objects. It could also be a snuff box. It could be any number of things.
Now we have one that holds tobacco.
As you look around, you can see that there is boards and destroyed objects in all directions. Not exactly like your entire vision is filled with it, but it's definitely caused your ship to kind of have to slow down to kind of get around it. But this barrel is kind of flying right in your direction.
Oh, this is outside the ship.
This is outside the ship. This is plummeting towards you.
Is there anything else out there, or just the barrel, really?
Just the barrel.
Practicing like throwing daggers and all these things.
I'll
This
like
would be one of these things that would be lovely for you to be shooting at.
I'll use like message as like an intercom and be like, "Hey, it looks like there's a there's some sort of barrel with something in it out there. Uh, also some debris, but maybe we could see what's in it.
Lovely.
So if anyone wants to try to rope it.
I mean, how close are we?
It's coming in your direction. You'd say that if at this current speed, the moment that it would hit your, if you don't go low, the moment it hits your air pocket, it's gonna drop.
Cool. I'm gonna get ready to grab it.
Our air pocket quite bigger than the ship.
Oh.
I'm gonna go as close to it as I can, and then I'm gonna grab it. I didn't say I was the most intelligent creature ever.
Heisinger, can you go underneath that thing and then let us fly into it, please? So that
I'll just steer toward it. So like kind of
well, you want to be
like try to position Vale in a good spot to be able to jump and grab it.
Yeah, you kind of want to be below it.
I'm frustrated the fuck out of Knox right now.
Like it's coming right at you from the front. So like I said, when it hits your pocket because of the gravity situation, it will just drop right in front and it'll go past underneath you.
That's what I'm meaning. We need to be slightly below it.
Well, whatever the good position for Vale to be able to grab it. That's how I'll position myself.
I like to pretend I'm super.
Unfortunately, you're the only one that can fly there, Heisinger.
I'm sure you're talented enough. You'll be able to get it. You just gotta try.
Right. I'll do what I can, assuming they get me in the right position to gather it.
Well, isn't Heisinger the one flying this blasted thing? Because I don't think I am.
Yeah, like I said, I'll position like whoever they kind of decide they want it. I'll kind of position them in the right position there.
I mean,
Whoever's gonna go for it, I'm gonna need I'm gonna need an athletics check.
Cool. Well,
Now, since I'm going in a good position, would that be a help action?
advantage.
I'm sorry?
Would that be a help action, or could I get advantage?
Are you getting help from someone else?
Yeah, he's steering it so I can grab it.
I would say if he's steering it, then you could get advantage.
Yeah, cause I'll steer like that, like position it in a good spot so that Vale can actually like get a good shot at it. Yeah.
We need to take a picture and show you guys what the puppy looks like when she's like sprawled out. She's over by the gate.
Just fluff everywhere.
No, she's sprawled. You know how like kids will sprawl
I'm sending it.
ridiculously?
Yeah.
I have picture. I'm sending it.
Yeah,
That's gotta be pretty funny.
Continue.
Go ahead.
I'm going to continue with the roleplay. I'll send.
Alright. What do I need? Acrobatics?
No, athletics.
Nat 20.
Ha!
Well, shit.
Nice.
Cool. Please tell me I get grab it without even breaking a nail.
Your hood is not even ruffled.
Yeah, my hood is like weighted, man. Nobody's allowed to look under my face.
You look up and see this barrel coming your way, and you feel the thirst inside of you being like, I want that. As you go ahead and make your way up on top of the front of the deck, which would be like right up to here. As the ship dips down, you watch the barrel hit the air envelope, and you are able to grab it and just position yourself that it lands strongly in your hands. It is heavy.
Okay, so I'm going to bend gently to put it down.
You hear sloshing.
I would expect so. Any markings on it?
Yes, there is. You notice a trademark of what looks to be like a glob inside of a large circle. It does appear to be a large wine barrel.
Lovely. Anyone strong enough to take this to the hold? I have a feeling we might be able to have a party tonight.
1 sec. Compression!
Darling dearest. I say when compression gets close enough. Would you be able to take this gently to the hold for us?
You hear the circuits inside of compression lifting this object off of you and then carrying it with ease all the way.
So long as he doesn't damage anything or anyone in the meantime,
that's all that matters to me.
He takes it down towards your kitchen area.
Lovely.
Well done, compression. Thank you so much.
Just so you know, the pictures of her are in the general chat.
This is what our puppy looks like while she's being ridiculous.
It's very funny.
She has the most funny way of laying on her back and sleeping on a couch. My god, it's hilarious.
Puppy.
Oh, come on, dude.
You know, Sean, you said there was like debris. Is it fresh debris? Can I tell anything about it?
There's no spell jamming fucking roll. What the
Yeah.
fuck do I do?
So that perception check was for, let's say,
Be an investigation check.
Nox being up on the surface, sort of thing, just catching a barrel maybe through the porthole.
Thank you to whoever helped me with this.
Okay, investigation. You said.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm using one of my Cronus, my chronal shifts, cause that's a 4. So fuck that. Yeah, that's much better.
What you got?
That is a 25.
Oh!
20 with a 25, with the amount of debris you see and kind of noticing how things look, you also start to pick up where there have been burnt marks on some of the wood. You'd guess that this was a spelljammer that did not have a great time. In fact, based on the fact that you did so well with that, you'd suspect that something obviously blew the fuck up on it. And based on the barrel that you guys got a look at, it must have been probably from one of the many shipping barges coming through. You'd actually tell with the 25 that with the amount of wood that was deployed, this probably was a cargo barge.
Is there any other debris that seems to be worth steering toward, or like where there might be like any chance of like survivors? Like, is there anyone floating around, or any like other like
literally
goods? Yeah,
You
exactly,
do see
right?
a couple. You do see a couple more barrels floating around. They weren't flying in your direction, but they are kind of floating around. Some of them in different. Some of them kind of slowly drifting off. You'd actually kind of even tell with the 25 that this wasn't too long ago.
So what? Are there any other? Are there any people? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No.
Well, either of y'all can ask the question.
After you.
Oh no, what were you gonna? Because I was gonna ask if there was any people.
Oh, I was gonna
go
wine
hunting.
hunting.
Tell with the people, they're dead.
You don't see any bodies floating around from your perception, but you definitely notice that. I mean, this cargo barge did not live.
Is there any?
Oh no, go ahead.
Is there any other ships in the area?
You do not see any other ships.
Okay, I'll intercom Vale. Vale, do you feel like grabbing any more? Looks like there's a couple more that we could trace after.
If you've any more to gather for, if you've any more to point me towards, I'll do what I can to gather them.
Yeah, might as well. We're gonna need some funds to restock everything, so let's go.
Oh,
To hell with the funds, doll. I just want the wine.
Never mind the funds. What about the fun?
Nicely.
Mila's got the right idea.
You steer, I'll catch.
Yeah, so I'll
Clank.
There's
I
about
will-
4 more barrels that you can openly see.
sure, I'll just
get
chase after them all then. Go after one. Yeah.
And I need 4 with advantage athletic checks.
Nox, while they're doing this, is going to be looking out for survivors.
I need to help with that.
17?
15.
Um, Perception checks?
15 perception.
Oh, that was an acrobatics. Or athletics, rather.
And what was the athletics? I'm sorry?
Athletics was 17.
17. Okay, you catch the first barrel, no problem. It jostles in your hands, and you feel it. This one's also full. With the perception, you actually notice a couple little bits of shiny things kind of floating around. If you look a little bit closer, it looks to be like it might be some silver coins.
Set up a net. Look
Look
ahead,
ahead,
Nat.
Nat.
Please tell me I just want to have Clank standing there with a net
gathering whatever he can find.
No butterfly net.
Precisely!
Clank runs down and fashions himself a small butterfly net, stands at the front with it all prepared, not even looking at the coins. He's just ready to catch.
Please
Please
catch the
catch the
coins,
coins,
darling.
How far away are we from the station?
In the very distance, as if you were to see the shore, you can see a large light.
What do you think, small one? Is that where we're headed?
Yes, it is. What happened here? So close to a station.
You make a good point.
And is this a trap?
What happened here? Shenanigans.
Well, I guess if we're worried about trap, like we could ask Roven to do his primeval awareness because that's like the Fey Fiend, celestial aberration, dragons.
Elementals.
Yeah, so if there's anything weird around, then he would sense that at least.
There.
Dice. Perhaps we should have our unknown ally be checking out for this.
He goes ahead and performs primeval awareness.
Sorry,
Oh,
my
my
dice keep flying.
I was like, what the fuck happened?
You gotta remember, you're
That's a
always
noise.
on, so
You're fine. I was just like, let me see here real quick and make sure that I got it.
13?
Heisinger, there's some silver coins over there. I just caught the glimpse of them, so
He tells you he doesn't pick up anything with his primeval awareness.
Yeah. In the meantime, I'll just keep steering if they're directing me like toward like whatever, then I'll just keep going that way.
is there any big chunks of the ship left?
I'm gonna keep an eye out for that too.
You can see the back of what looks to be like one of the ships. It back of it is even hard to say. It may have been the siding of where the captain's quarters were. It's a large piece. You know that like a barge of a ship that you'd see in real life. It's all front neck straight, and then there's this little hut. That's usually what these cargo barges is made of. And this is one of the larger pieces. It's probably based on how the condition of it probably was part of the hut.
Any air bubbles?
You don't see any air bubbles.
Is anyone up far seeing of any sort?
And no bodies?
No bodies.
Oh, that's a wee bit unnerving.
Well, we're not far from the station. They may have been rescued already, but why has no one claimed the goods? These are barrels of wine. They're great trade value.
Something is hinky.
The crash is that fresh. Maybe we got lucky.
Then why isn't there more people here?
When exactly have we ever gotten lucky?
I'll make my own luck.
And I agree with that.
Take it out of what though?
There's a
You
cap.
see like glowing clocks float around the ship for a second.
There,
Alright, for the rest of
I
us.
see. You cheat.
there's a. You said the captain was just over yonder, right?
The captain piece was just over yonder.
Hazinga, I dare say this. Do you want to go towards the captain's den?
Do.
Come on as well.
Seeking for wine barrels and shit, and like maybe papers? Anything that I can find that looks interesting. But I'm gonna keep a weather eye out for everything.
You hear a coin drop onto the ship.
So are we getting the barrels and stuff first, and then going toward the remnant, or do you guys want to go to the remnant first?
Nia's going to look for the coin that dropped onto the ship because something that seems a little pointed.
Nox is going to be white-knuckled, holding the edge of the railing, watching very cautiously.
So are you guys grabbing more barrels, or are you going for a piece of ship?
Yeah, what are we doing first?
Let's go
Okay.
barrels first, and we'll keep an eye on ship.
Okay, so I believe we got one barrel, right? So there's three more.
No, you got 2 barrels so far.
Oh, okay.
Alright,
So there's three more. Two more.
Keep an eye on this. Who's
There's-
writing this shit down? 2 barrels of wine.
I'll write it down 1 sec.
Okay, so there's 2 more left, right?
Plus
Plus
one
one
silver
silver
coin.
coin.
Hey,
I'll,
hey, it's profit. Someone,
I mean-
someone would be pointing, be like, "Hey, it's more than a day's pay for some people."
Only
Well,
camps.
I'll go to the next one for you, Vale, to get the barrel.
Lovely.
Nox is going to cast Detect Magical Item. Or Detect Magic.
What are you detecting it on?
It's an AoE, if I'm correct.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, it just makes everything that's magical light up.
21.
21. You catch this barrel and it sloshes inside.
And there's one more.
Barrel
Barrel
number
number
3.
three.
There's that was barrel number 3. There's 2 more.
Oh, okay.
Can I
two more.
catch crates too?
You don't. Back to Nox for a second. You don't pick up anything magic in this area.
That's okay.
What was the question for Hunziker or Kaya?
Can I grab these crates as well? Can we grab these crates
The,
as
so
well?
the, I put the crates there. It's more representation of broken wood.
Mm.
Sorry, I don't have broken
No,
wood.
It's
alright,
alright.
so-
It's alright.
Here,
Taste
taste
sawdust.
sawdust. It'll be fine.
fine.
So we'll go to the next barrel. So go right ahead.
Do you want what's his name? Compression to be taking these barrels down?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I got a one.
Wait.
So if somebody could help me.
Oh, is the help action still going if I'm positioning myself?
You do still have advantage because you're able, with your skill of changing the ship direction, you could help kind of guide this thing just in time.
I got
I
an
got an
11.
11.
This one's much heavier. You feel like you're falling down. You kind of hit the ground.
Is
Is
it
it
on the
on the
ship?
ship?
It's on you.
Oh dear.
Squish.
You take 2 bludgeoning damage.
Alright.
Alright.
I mean, you're literally catching this as it's dropping like 15 feet on you.
Ow.
Did you spill any?
I think I
It's
may have
supposed
spilled
to
some
be
of
me.
me.
This one is very heavy.
Has it got liquid in it?
You do hear sloshing.
Lovely.
Be careful.
Thank you for your less than helpful late help.
Compression
Compression
here.
here.
Compression, wait 1 sec. Nox is going to hurry over and find if he could like help it off her first, and then quickly see if he can find a bunghole or something to open it up and take a look.
Yeah, cause I think I'll ask Almira to go and like confirm the contents of the other barrels too. Some of they're already down there.
Hang on. Before we do that, could I smell anything?
You
My
don't.
flask
Flask is empty, so I would potentially be a little bit more attentive to such sustenance.
Aromas.
The barrel does smell of wine.
So
So
just
just
one.
wine. Shit.
Amira will go down and start checking inventory.
Wow,
Oh, that was
Okay.
helpful.
And then we got one more left then.
Isaac, tell Amira to find a piece of wood or something to stick and touch all the way to the bottom.
I'll pass that on.
As you're starting to relay, Hunziker, you hear a scream
Yeah.
from behind you.
From behind the ship or behind me?
From behind you. You're driving the ship.
Right.
Oh, like I guess that's Almira then, eh? Almira seems like she's needs a hand. If someone doesn't mind going down there and helping her out.
I'm gonna go.
I'm gonna run.
Nox is reaching for his rifle and taking a few steps away from the barrel.
Also,
Also, the barrel should be in the hold, the cargo hold. I'm gonna come up to Amira. What's
Oh.
wrong?
You can see that she's like kind of like sitting on the floor. The barrel's lid is on the ground.
I'm gonna look
Okay.
in.
Inside the barrel, it's difficult to tell.
What does it smell like? Knowing me, what does it smell like?
That's complicated for me to describe. It smells like wine, and it
Does it
It smells
alcoholic human?
like it smells like jelly. Because as you
Oh,
look
no.
down, it's really complicated to tell, but you see what if you could determine is the body of a plasmoid.
Oh goodness.
Amira,
Amira, darling. We're going to get out of this room. Heinziger, you need to get the boys down here quite immediately. Clank, could you follow, or Compression or Clank?
Who's
Who's
here?
here?
Compression's beside you.
Compression's with you.
Compression, darling. Would you come as well? Amira, come with me. I'm just going to, like, cajole her gently out of here. Heinziger, keep the ship on course if you would.
Everybody else needs you down here now.
There is still one barrel floating around. I will mind you.
Let's get that other barrel on ship. Compression, actually, could you stay here and make certain that nothing moves that isn't supposed to? Nothing comes out of the barrel, nothing goes into the barrel. Amira, come along.
Is there a stick or something laying around?
Is there a stick on a random ship?
I'm going to come out with
Mira and get her settled.
Clank starts pulling out one of the wooden boards.
No, you're just going to leave.
You're not there.
Cars.
You're not there.
Neither are you.
I'm not.
He is able to get you something of an that looks like it's a line rigging stick.
There's a pointy stick.
That's
That's
fine.
a pointy stick.
Nox is going to put it through the bong hole, push it all the way that you can if it hits the bottom perfect, and then pull it back
What's
out.
the resistance?
It sloshes, but
Yeah,
as you push it, the bottom does give way, and a overly heavy body of a plasmoid slides out.
Oh, that's rather disconcerting.
Vale's
Vale's
got
got
some
of
iron.
Oh,
iron.
it's-
Vale is not okay with this.
So the barrel just exploded on me?
Essentially, yeah, like how a body will inflate with gas. This kind of just all sloshed in front of you. Like I said, it's incredibly hard to tell. This is a ooze that died. For those who don't know, a plasmoid is a humanoid ooze person. It's what
looks
happens
like we-
when ooze is capable of becoming a humanoid.
If someone doesn't mind grabbing that last barrel, it looks like we got some sort of crime that we should probably report to the authorities.
Yes,
I believe that is true. I'm going to try and get Amira some water.
Amira will follow you out.
I'm
And
like
kind of,
coaxing her.
she'll actually kind of sit down in the hold. It's funny enough as it is, she doesn't usually have to come into contact with bodies often, and she'll.
Were these smuggled?
Is anyone else going to? Because I'll like steer toward the other barrel. Is anyone else going to grab it? Because Vale's busy with a mirror right now.
Clank will run to the front.
Your lovely butterfly net will probably be helpful, I'm sure, dear.
He holds the butterfly net up. Are you gonna do it?
And that's the direction I'm going. So someone's got to catch it.
I have his thing up whenever you're ready.
Who's catching
Yeah,
it?
whenever. Yeah, I guess he'll have advantage then, eh?
He.
Oh, he
Does-
has does he have advantage from
Oh,
me
that's
helping
right.
with the ship?
That's right. Thank you for catching. It doesn't.
So funny. That's so funny.
Incredible.
Great.
He does take 1 point of bludgeoning damage. When this Nox, are you still on the deck?
Oh yeah.
When this barrel hits Clank, he kind of falls off of the nose of the ship and falls down, and you immediately notice that this smell is different. It almost smells like foul air
On this one?
on this one that fell through.
Clank? Clank? Are you okay?
You see I realize I just thumbed up to the
Yeah.
computer screen. He does do a thumb up as he kind of like brushes himself off. He's got a small dent. He'll work on that later.
Clank, compression can help you out with that. Please bring that here quick.
He takes the last. Spirit is not there. He takes the last barrel to you. Hold that. Vale, what are you doing? And everyone else. I apologize. I need to make sure I give everyone narration time.
Yep.
I'm gonna make sure
Amira's
Amira's
all
right.
right.
Possibly
Get her in a room that isn't here.
like one of the rooms she needs to be into. I'm gonna go back on deck and go check on Knox and see what he's up to because
he did not seem
alright.
right.
Well, and now that we got the barrels, I'll intercom out like, all right, I guess I'll head toward the what you thought was captain quarters now. Ready?
Please do.
Please do, Heisinger, with full speed.
Naya,
Yeah,
what do
let's
you
go.
do? You watch this barrel that opened up in front of you spill out a noxious body.
This is kind of
Speak
terrible.
up, dear.
Well, this is kind of terrible.
Yeah, it's not a shitty time. The last barrel that fell through did have an off smell as well. It smells more like foul air.
Oh no.
Oh,
Gia's
dear.
going to take a look.
As
Yeah.
oh, go ahead.
She can't, just because she can't leave well enough alone is all I was going to say.
So don't worry, Nox is going to be opening up with you.
Well, I suppose this isn't wine after all.
Unless they're
Just don't.
seriously,
I love you, but please don't.
As Nox, you start to undo the last barrel and you pull it. A body does fall out, and it definitely smells like foul air, but this one moans very softly.
I cure wounds immediately.
Same.
Just two cure wounds at the same time.
The body that falls out starts to kind of reform a little bit as you perform cure wounds, but the individual is still very much out as a female plasmoid rolls out.
And wouldn't happen to be Slime Chan, would she?
It is not Slime Chan.
Law.
No, we will not. I will not drag that out.
Just
Checking.
Alternate universe.
How on earth do you do first aid on slime?
I
stopped asking such questions. Perhaps we should bandage the poor dear.
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna
go
go
get
get
some water
because
because
I feel like a slime creature could use water.
Ooh, I just for the record, I rolled a 7 + 9 for healing.
She's definitely starting to reform more and more as you guys perform your heals on her. Her body's starting to get, I would even say, put curve back in place. Apparently in my world, apparently you turn more and more into a liquid, so we're going to roll with that.
You're actually correct. Plasmoids, when they sleep, they lose their rigidity and spread out.
Awesome. I did that well.
Yeah.
But she kind of reforms more and more, but you can see that she just kind of moans to herself as she kind of lays down, lays in front of you.
Oh boy.
Death does not take you today. So, Plasmoid one.
Hunziker, do you fly towards the piece?
That's where we're going. So however long it takes us to get there.
This time.
And Sloth did 6. Wow, so we really healed her.
Yep. She is passed.
How? What are you going to do with this large piece as it pulls up?
Can we hook it?
If I may. Hansiga, do a quick flyby on it, see if we can get a name, and see if there's anyone huddled around. Or papers. That's the most
Yep.
important thing, papers.
Yeah, I'm flying by so you guys can take a look.
How close are you flying by?
Like,
is it touching your air bubble or?
How big's that air bubble? Like, how big? I don't know how big that is.
It's about 30 feet circumference.
I don't think I touched the air bubble. Just like maybe just outside the air bubble.
So do our wings stick out?
The picture that they give shows it like 15 feet from both sides, so I'm counting the wings as technically part of it.
Okay, gotcha.
like-
So, good.
I was just gonna say, it'll be like right on the outside of the air bubble, just so not to disturb it while they're looking.
You watch and you notice briefly. Give me a perception check.
Me or?
Whoever's looking at the board.
Fuck
Me.
me.
You're currently downstairs.
No, I came back
Oh, you did
upstairs
say.
to help you.
Yeah, Vale. If you can, please take this lady to one of the beds to at least rest so she's comfortable.
Mila, would you help me? Suppose instead of rolling perception, I'm going downstairs with the baby. But she's probably not the baby, but still.
14 for perception for Nox.
Girl, she got curves for days. She ain't no baby.
I
Oh.
don't think about that.
I got a gal back somewhere else that probably doesn't even remember me now.
No, I'm depressed. Okay, moving on.
Hi,
Kaya has low self-esteem and is apparently taking it out on her D&D character.
they say your first few characters always just are reflections of yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can't tell. Well, Nova can definitely tell, but Vale's having trouble differentiating herself. It's like, I must be acting! This is not working, guys!
You guys take the lady downstairs and lay her on the bed. That Amira will go ahead and get out of position. She'll actually start casting Goodberry, trying to form whatever food is possible for this individual, although it doesn't seem she's really accepting anything.
We give her soup.
Water?
I don't know. What do you give Plasmoid?
I'd say plasmids are probably common, so we would actually know how to eat.
As Hanzuko, what'd you get for your?
Oh, I'm rolling too. Okay.
Yeah, you said you're doing perception.
Yeah, sure.
You have 360-degree vision, so.
Yeah, you can see all around you. You are basically everywhere on the ship. You were technically in their room at the same time. That's why I said it's a very.
Nobody's allowed to sleep with anybody on the ship because Heinz are going to see it.
That's the weird thing is that when that's actually one of the okay. So small little hint. That's actually one of the good parts for people that know Misty Step is that if you are sitting in the chair, you are technically everywhere. So at any time, if you see something, you can cast Misty Step from your Spelljamming chair and basically just be right there in a second. It's actually a thing people do often in Spelljammer. Anyway, moving on. Go on.
That's fucking creepy.
That's
man.
cool!
Yeah, well, you don't have to be watching everyone at the same time. You just have the option to be everywhere.
Watching everybody at the same time. Just
That's
be
why
someone
there's
for
mutual.
a
That's why I said there's mutual respect. Sorry, I don't have.
I've told Nox that he needs more roughage when he's like, Nox, you've
God
been in the
fucking damn
bathroom
it.
for about like half an hour.
Just
You need to get more roughage.
drink, boys.
He's virtually down in the toilets. Like, yeah, no, dude, you need more. You need to eat a beet.
Also, 21 on perception.
On the back of the ship, goddamn, you guys in these fucking like 20s. Like, I should have fucking de-leveled you even further.
This guy is rolling really well tonight.
I know. So you look, and on the back, you notice that same symbol. It's that of a kind of a glob, in the middle of a circle, and at the bottom it says, and I'm sorry, the Drippy Barrel Company, and you notice off of, it looks like that got caught on a nail. You see a glove kind of hanging.
Like a point, kind of like just
like a
do you
leather
see
patchwork glove.
It looks like the Drippy Barrel Company. Do you see that glove over there?
No, did you know of this selection?
First off, Hansgo, yes, I see the glove you're talking about now. And a Drippy Barrel. Guess I'm doing a history check. Ooh, damn yeah!
What'd you get?
21.
21. The Drippy Barrel is actually a pretty famous tavern located in Omiya 6. They're well known for their ales. They're actually well known to also instill, because Omiya 6 usually relies on coral for the production of oxygen as well as their filtering of their water. They usually instill a little bit of coral inside for both mineral taste and for the flavor. It also can change the color of the wine a little bit and make it more of a shimmering rainbow.
I know this is going to sound a little sketchy, but has there been any sort of reports of them being involved in shady practices smuggling, that sort of thing.
We
We
literally
just
just
found them like collapsed in the middle of buttfuck nowhere, and you think that them being involved in shady shit is sketch?
Not that you actively know of them having any history.
And what's their policy with plasmoids?
They're actually a plasmoid entirely owned company.
These are
That's
staff
why.
members.
That's why the symbol is that of like a glob. It's a family business.
Sure, we just kind of like stumbled across
Oh, that's going to hurt Nox.
something bad. Probably some crime that happened to the employees.
I
Well, I guess.
noticed that Nox is acting a little bit sketch.
Does
He's
That's
not
okay.
keeping it hidden.
Are you alright?
They're either employees or children of the family.
That's fucking miserable, but
Should we bring
How's-
back the
bodies
bodies
potentially to the family.
Maybe
Maybe
not describing
how we found them. God, that'd be terrible for any parent to have to deal with.
So actually, the piece of wood that has like the symbol and the glove on it, is it actually like a
What?
cabin, or was it just like a plank?
it looks to be like the back of the. Okay, I have a picture. So if you go to ships, that's what a cargo barge looks like. It's the very back that you guys are looking at, like
I
that
guess the
back
que-
wood.
The question is, does anyone want to go over to check it out, or I guess I actually have Unseen Servant. I can maybe use that.
You let me know
Let
if
me know
that
if that
servant
servant
needs
needs
a
a hand.
I was going to say,
Ah ha 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 ha.
That fucking suck. Right,
Right,
I'm going for another drink. You guys get your head out. One of you get your head out of the gutter. What happened again?
just like, that was perfect, that last one.
Also, not gonna lie, I am starting to fade a little bit.
I know we're right there.
Yeah, so I'm just letting you know.
Thank you.
Yeah, what do you guys want to do? Does anyone want to go over there? Because I could either cast air bubble on someone, or on a couple people, or I could cast Unseen Servant and just kind of command it to go around and search for papers and people and objects and like valuable objects and bring them back.
The more eyes we have on this, the better.
Another copper coin falls onto their deck.
I'll go over.
Nia's going to look up.
You see scattering of papers and some wood. You do notice a couple more shinies floating.
Okay, there's got to be.
Do you want me to cast air bubble on you, Naya?
Yes, yeah, and give me a tether. I'll go. I'm going to sort of arc my way over there because I want to see what's up there because I feel like it's significant that things are falling on us. There might be something up there.
Okay, so I'll get Nox and Naya with air bubble.
Nia's going to see to like.
I would like to ask how you would like to get up there, because if he moves up, it's going to come down, and you have to fly essentially up.
Oh wait, is the
Clank begins
the parts of the
move
barge
the
above
mandolin.
us?
It's floating outside your air bubble above you. That's why I said the coin fell down on your deck.
Because I was imagining it being more off to like the right.
No, it's above you. It's
Okay, because I would have tried to position it more. I honestly would have tried to position it more like here. That's where I imagined it, to be honest. I just didn't specify.
So, it's all around you.
Okay, but I think I would have like positioned it more so it's like it's a bit easier for them to get to it.
I'd say with your maneuvering, you could, with your skilled maneuvering.
So for what it's worth, like Heisinger, you guys do your little finagling, and then when you've sorted yourselves out, that's when Nox will say ready for the air bubble, and then hopefully you can bring the ship as almost touching the other one if possible.
Do we want it in the air bubble or do we want it outside of our air bubble?
Well, the problem is if it's outside the air bubble, I jump off, I fall.
It's not huge enough that it would probably hit your your mangonel just a little bit, but it would. You have enough space on your deck for it to land.
Thank you.
Grappling hook.
Oh, it can actually sit on our ship?
Yeah, no, it's only a broken board of it, like a large chunk, like
Oh, okay,
like
gotcha.
6 boards worth.
Oh, I thought this was like
It's not the whole back; it's just a piece of the back.
Okay, I was imagining like it's like being like the whole cabin. So
No, not the whole cat. No.
Oh.
This is like the backboard that they usually slap the label on the back in order to make it look really nice.
I was thinking this was like maybe half of the cabin, like a good chunk with maybe a desk still or a
No,
cabin.
that's all around you right now.
Gotcha.
No, what you're looking at though, with the label and the glove, that's only about like 6 boards worth that are nailed together.
Absolute destruction.
okay, I got you both for air bubbles, so you guys can like do whatever you like there to get it.
I'm going to get outside the air bubble and then sort of swim her way upwards to get up into the cloud of debris, lacking better ideas. She's sort of resigned herself mentally to getting like dead body goo all over her, probably, given the nature of this.
So you're finagling yourself out into the void?
Yeah, into the void and up into the cloud of debris that is
You're able to move up and start collecting some papers, as well as a couple coins that pass by here and there. You probably would have at this range just enough to grab hold of the wood if you want to reel it in.
Nia's going to grab the wood and reel it in, yes.
Compression, be ready. Actually, is compression even on the deck? No, he's still below deck, isn't he? Balls. Oh, fuck. Nox is going to look around frustrated because he's... all the ideas are going through his mind, but he doesn't have the time to say it or even form sentences. He's going to quickly run down, go to compression. Compression, get upstairs, help Nia with getting whatever she's bringing in onto the ship safely. And Nox is then going to go through the other barrels, opening them up and checking for life.
You find similar results of different species of plasmoid in each of the barrels.
All dead.
This one, the one that you were able to save, seems to be the only survivor at this time. Each of them of different ages. One of them is very small.
Is there any sort of identification on any of them?
It's hard to tell with the plasmoid.
I mean, like, do they have a wallet or something like that?
You notice the clothes and one of them actually did have a bag of gold on them, but or a bag of coin.
He's going to keep that bag, but put it in a separate pocket from his normal bag of items.
And you guys are reeling in the wood?
Now, compression's going to help Nia bring in anything that's coming in through the atmosphere or the bubble. And then once Nox is well suited, he's going to head back up.
Okay, hold on.
One sec, she's not here.
What?
You're being talked to by GM. She's not here yet.
Got distracted. I'm here. There was cake, and then there was a dog. Hi, I'm here.
Oh, this is rough.
Ow.
This is grim.
Yeah, what the fuck annihilated it? Like, there's nothing left.
It's coming. And?
What about you, Heisinger?
On what? Like just
Yeah, we stumbled across some.
Passing
Someone
out?
probably
yes, I'd
took
imagine
out the
that,
ship,
but like, is it
and
giving me any other indication? Is there
probably
going
pirates or
on?
maybe pirates or some sort of criminal organization. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but is it
But
just
this is
pure
absolute
pain
destruction.
scream, or
This
is
is
it like,
the
is it
like pirates would raid and take what they can.
yes.
These plasmoids are they put themselves in
Yes,
these barrels.
yes, so
So
is it speaking?
where are they
Is
hiding?
it like, am I supposed to
I don't know.
understand this, but I'm not understanding this?
I guess we'll have to ask the person that's still alive and find out.
Great.
I'm always glad I have cure spells.
My sword is screaming at me.
Sorry, what?
I'm gonna unsheath it.
She's holding her head through her hood.
This is giving me quite a headache. This is
screaming at me.
You do notice that the blue of the blade. You do notice the blue of the blade is quite. It is quite glowing at you.
Great. So we've got Sting Blade.
Nox is going to do a history check on this, or history Arcana. But either one of them I'm getting with advantage. But which one suits better for this?
Vale, where are you located?
That's a good ass question.
I don't remember. I'm probably going to be main on the deck somewhere.
Glorious. Please hold. No, wait, nope. I'm doing this here.
Huh?
Okay.
When the wood touches, you heard this scream and you drew it. The sound from the blade stopped in exchange for the blue effect coming on. And then it hits you.
Me?
It hits you.
Okay.
Because you can smell something.
Uh-oh.
And it's coming from the glove. And you know this smell. You know it very well.
I'm gonna go over to the glove. Is there
I
anything
can
I can
see on it.
Is it
Drenched?
drenched?
Does plasmoid blood smell different than everybody else's blood? As I'm assuming that's what I can smell.
Check your message.
Right?
Right?
Oh.
Oh, 19.
And that is where we're going to call session.
Oh.
Fuck off!
Oh.
No,
God
that's
damn
fine.
it!
Yeah, that's funny.
Oh dear. All right.
I realized I tried to tell Kenku to go off, and I just decided to kick myself out.
Well done.
Done.
Right.
Well,
So what did you see?
Well,
That
apparently my
is
sword is more
just-
interesting than I thought.
By the way, I rolled a 19. What?
Let's play more. Nope, we're gonna save that for later. We'll do this
Okay.
one.
I want more! Explain to me what's going on! I want to know what's wrong with my sword!
I'm just gonna write a note down here that my question is like Arcana or history check on our blade.
It's sort of opinionated.
I hate you! When did you get so funny? Always, but when did you get more funny?
It's how I cope.
Can I come back to you on that one?
Okay, so
Yeah, just send me the message of Arcane, and just send me the roll, and I have to think about that one. But yeah, how'd you guys feel?
What song is this?
This was. So I have about 50,000
I
different.
recognize this.
So this one was just labeled as Peaceful Travel RPG D&D Music 1 hour. I can find the link.
I know this song. I can't figure out where it's from, though.
Sounds kind of like Final Fantasy, like
No,
peaceful
right?
If
music.
you okay, so here's
Maybe
a,
the
here's
church from Seven. It sounds like.
here's a suggestion. If you get the app Shazam,
Yes.
I will send it to you now. But
Cool.
if you put that through Shazam, it's the very beginning song. It should play for you, or hopefully pick up. But yeah, what'd you guys think?
that was good. A lot more roleplay heavy this time, which is absolutely okay.
It was good. I'm glad we settled things on like the amulet and like we're all on the same page and we got some more info and we're figuring out what's going on. We got some leads to.
I will end this session if you guys are still looking at all from this distance. But as you guys are looking out, you can see the bright lights of Omea 6.
Lovely.
And I'll leave that there.
That's real pretty. I love this.
The lights aren't flickering, perchance, are they?
You can see it. Omea 6 was known to have the spire, which is a massive lighthouse in the center of it. It's known to collect light, which helps power the city. But yeah, was there parts that were bad, parts that were good, parts that could do better?
I think all in all was great. Like,
I enjoyed it. Right
We had 3 nat 20s today. 2 from our lovely Hunziker, 1 from our lovely Miss Kaya.
Meow.
oh, by the way, who the last election? Who got the inspiration?
You know what? We didn't. I think we only had the one ruling at this time. So Miss Kaya, I apologize that we didn't give it to you.
Anyway.
But yeah, you were granted inspiration.
That carries over, right, until used.
That carries over till you use it.
So mark it.
So what does it count as? Just inspiration?
Usually, a lot of the sheets have a little thing that says inspiration, but essentially, when you want to, you can re-roll. The dragon launches a large fireball at you. You go ahead and try to do a dex save.
Goddamn dragon. In the next one.
Why don't you let the GM finish?
I was recently been told off by her boss that she interrupts everybody a lot, so...
That's fine. With that being said, does anyone want to vote on inspiration tonight?
Go with Hunziker.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta give him for the smart moves today.
He did do some great things. He was able to transmit some really great information, and he did not lose his brain.
And you get me safe. So, you
And
know,
None of us lost our brains. I think that's good.
Yay!
So, Hansaker, on behalf of Session 3, you have been granted inspiration.
Yeah, I'll take it. Sure, thank you.
And do we have enough strength in us to potentially schedule a new date? Or do we want to wait to see what Drew's schedule is looking like?
That's what Drew's schedule in life is like.
That's fine. And I will go ahead and type this all up, and it'll hopefully be up on the session highlights for tomorrow.
Cool.
Oh.
Then
So-
I will end the recording.
Oh, yes, please.